I can do that. That joke. So that's my girlfriend's bed. I used her bed as a thing, so now everyone thinks that's my bed. They're to come and take how poor I am. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's very shitty. There's like shit on the walls. It turns out your white girlfriend is like one of the dirty whites. I can say that. I'm a white guy. I like to think of her. It was the other race. I had Derek thing. Okay, all right. I don't think maybe we were all thinking of something else. She's a dirty white. She's distracted. She's busy being hot and pretty, and I think a lot of my job is like looking up after her. Really? Is that true? Guy that leaves ribs and leaves steak? Yeah, I mean, I clean up her little whippets that she does. I have come home before and then been a box of empty canisters. It's brand new. It's unbelievable. We always find out something new about you. How your girlfriend has a serious whippet addiction? Yeah, like I'll bring it up as a joke, like, yeah, that's what the whippet queen would say. And she's like, why'd you have to bring it up? I have to go get whippets now. That's fucked up. Shit. Does she do them every day? No. She does them like when her friend is around her. She has a specific friend that they do whippets together? Yeah. Ah, that's nice. She's been on Kill Tony before, the friend. Okay. She's ratchet. Okay. Very good. She's the one that has a cleat stick around her ankle. The ankle. I can remember. Okay. I don't need to know his girlfriend's friend. Gives a fuck. All right. So, have you ever talked to your girlfriend about not hanging out with this ratchet whippet queen? No, I think she's pretty nice. You know, I think whippets are just what the kids are doing these days. When you say the kids, how old is your girlfriend again? 25. Very good. Very good. Okay. What is she like when she's on the whippets? Does she do anything in particular? Like, does she ever make that noise when you're inside of her? Never. I got a feeling. Whippet. Ooh, whippet good. All right. I love it. So she does a lot of whippets, box and empty canisters. Oh, yeah. Next to some chicken McNuggets. That's trash. Hey, what can I say? I love America. Every interview, find out more and more about you. Really, really sad fun times tonight, Hans. Tim, everybody. Make some fucking noise for Hans, Tim, everyone. I recall a team and I go to the name of the poll. Before the suckers fucking poll tonight, so essentially we meet these people together. Sometimes they've been on before. We're all gonna figure it out together. The whole thing's crazy and improvised. You guys ready for it? Make some noise for Camilo the Camelo or Camilo the I think Crystal Collection is just rock collection for bitches. I think tarot cards are just poker night for dumb bitches. I think astrology is stargazing for stupid ass bitches. I don't know if you guys can tell by those jokes, but I'm a virgin. At least I consider myself a virgin because I only fuck with white women. Because I know that as soon as I touch a Latina, she's gonna have a litter of five. And I can't jump another border. Right. Okay, 40 gay seconds from unbelievable. Oh, dude, I know what it's like, bro. Trust me, I get it, dude. I'm proud. You know, telling time. Oh my God. You go by deep. That's what you love. Oh, dude, that was the fucking Freudian slip. I feel like you just had a nightmare that you had. Yeah. You call it a nightmare. It's a wet dream. Hey, yo, bitches be stupid. Women retarded. I be fucking fools. I mean women. Shit. I fucked up. That's not my nightmare, bro. That's his nightmare. You're gonna wake up in the morning like, fuck. You were a fucking goddamn fucking syllable away from survival there. You were a woo away. Woo man. Woo man. My second language. AOI be bumping. Oh shit, dude. I fucked up, dude. Dog, I said I was fucking. The only part anybody can fucking remember, dog. Yo, I said the fucking astrology stupid. Crystals is stupid. And then I accidentally said I fucked up. I fucked up, dog. I fucked up. Camilo D. How long have you been on stand-up? 2 years. 2 years. All of it here in Austin? Yes, sir. What do you do for work? I'm an electrician. Electrician? Hell yeah. You ever gone out on a call and you go in somebody's place and it's a fucking just dude in shorts? It's like, yeah, I need some help over here. You don't remember me? Oh, you son of a little rocket in my socket, you know what I mean? The electricity was flowing. You remember me? Dude, I got the fucking guy. Dude, it was fucking huge, dude. Like, at first, the BB was bad, and I turned it around like I did with dude. I took the opportunity and I fucked it in the ass. How old are you? Hello? I'm about to turn 26. What do you do for fun in this crazy world when you're not doing stand-up comedy? Stand-up, soccer. Soccer? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Damn, you are gay. Yeah, dude, I mean, I suck at so you like balls on your feet and your hands. You like them on your face. Absolutely. I bet when you're hanging out with dudes, it gets a little messy. Soccer reference. Shut up. Relax. Alright. What else about you, Mio? What would you be surprised to know about you? I'm training for the half marathon, you know. Training for the what? Half marathon. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm running a lot. Drinking half a drink tonight. What the fuck does that mean? I fucking have That's what I'm doing right now. Why are you training for a real marathon? And that's the one. Why don't you just do it and then finish halfway, stop, and work.
Hello, Ryan. How are you? I'm well, thank God. Excited to be here with you. Most certainly. Yes. Chaim. If you can't do the that vocative in your throat, just Chaim or Haim is fine. Eshed, that's correct. You can call me Rabbi, but it's Moshe. Yeah, but just call me Rabbi. That's fine. I'm based out of Irvine, California. Most certainly, I understand. Uh, if I may ask, generally, how long do you go? Okay, excellent. Ab- Absolutely, I'm in agreement. Most certainly. May I ask one more question? Excellent. While I'm doing my introduction, if you don't mind, I would just like to show people how many live streams I have going 24 hours a day. So what I will do is perhaps you may be able to see it in a moment. I just want to show people when they type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, this is how many live streams they could see at any given time, 24 hours a day. Would that be okay with you? Excellent. Sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're absolutely right. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 65 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for nearly 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. For those of you who are looking to be able to watch along with me 24 hours a day, you can type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into Chrome or whatever browser you wish, and you'll be able to see my many live streams. All the time, I have up to 25 different live streams from different angles to be able to view my life like a real life Truman Show, which is really exciting. This is more data than any individual has ever archived on the internet. It is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. And this is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, Ryan, I'd love to make you, your friends, your family, all of your audience financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I want them to be able to give back through charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. This is a project that's much bigger than one individual. I want to give back to everyone who's helped me along the way. I appreciate that. Well, I was very similar to probably most individuals before the pandemic. Uh, Generally, I did not have a social media footprint. I would attend synagogue 3 times a day, walk to shul every Shabbat. Generally, your black hat Jew, Orthodox Jew that people can envision. But it was during the pandemic when my profession, my position as a certified project management professional went remote, as did many of the classes that I was taking and even services that we had within our synagogue. So around 2020 or so, my life went from never being on camera to being on camera in a very public way, anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And I just would say that my anxiety of having my life be transmitted was reduced over an amount of time. And as 2021 continued, I recognized that what I was really doing was creating an archive, but it wasn't necessarily viewable to everyone. And why not make it viewable to everyone? And the way it really got started was after work, because many of my aspects of my job were remote. I didn't have a the same type of transportation issues that I would have traveling into Los Angeles every day, especially with the lack of traffic during the pandemic. I was able to play golf in the evenings at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, where I would want to view what my golf swing looked like. And so I would take my phone out and just really, from a primitive standpoint, just take small videos of myself to improve my golf swing. And I would recognize that sometimes I wouldn't hit the ball the way that I would want, and I'd make little jokes on camera. And I thought, you know what? This is really interesting. I wonder, God willing, I may have a family someday, if they'd be interested in seeing what their dear old dad was doing before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I would upload that data after work every single day. And it was taking me a long time. And I recognized that there just has to be a better way than downloading the information and re uploading the information to the cloud. And there is, and it's known as streaming. So in fall of 2021, I took the plunge. I created my first YouTube account. And I recognized that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this better than anybody's ever done it. I don't want to give people one view into my life from one angle. I want to give people as many angles as possible. So I bought more than 33 different devices, everything from laptops and Chromebooks to iPhones and Android devices and tablets, and put them all around myself, and essentially created my own version of what many may be familiar with, the Truman Show, and gave people a view into my life, not just in my home, but also when I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere within Southern California, so that people can not only know what's going on in my life, but also 24 hours a day, I keep the radio on in the background that is archiving world history events since the pandemic. So you literally can go to any moment of any day of my life and my streams essentially for the last 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I think that's really exciting for historians to be able to study in the future. Well, we've seen the birth of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched formally November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see its development. I have an entire year of my life of archiving to see what the world was pre AI, and then ever since, and all of the developments that we've had since. And I know that AI is using the data that I'm creating to study my behavior, to be able to study my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my certainly personality, aging. I think this project is incredibly important for aging, to have a person on camera for such a long amount of time to be able to study just how aging affects the body. And the fact that we have it from so many different views gives people different data points that I really think will be exciting for people to study for generations to come and for AI to study for generations to come. It started about 2008, and I can say that one of the major developments that happened in my life was the movement of the internet from text, generally during the 90s, and the early 2000s being image based to moving into video. And documentaries were being posted, and YouTube was in its infancy, and many documentary sites were uh, being available to people previously that you may have had to just get a physical copy of. And I was once a major UFO skeptic. So for anyone out there who hears what I'm saying, I've been there. I've done that. I understand what it's like. Where's the evidence? If aliens were here, I would know about it. Someone would be a whistleblower. I completely understand. The thing that really changed my mind, though, was around 2008, I saw Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project. I'm not sure if you're familiar or your audience is familiar, but this was a press conference that occurred at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C., May 9th, 2001. And what Dr. Stephen Greer did was he got about a dozen or more different whistleblowers from all aspects of ufology and government and different agencies, people who work for the FAA, people who work for NASA, people from the international community, who all had one communal movement and focus, and that was we are not alone. And this was different than any documentary that I'd seen previously because usually you have somebody who is in a shadow and they have their voice that's distorted, or at least back then you would. And there was a lot of anonymity, and there wasn't really, you couldn't hold a lot of accountability to these people. But with Dr. Stephen Greer's movement with the Disclosure Project, this was all very different. All of these whistleblowers were vetted. They were, at least from what it seemed, they had the data with them, and they seemed to be speaking in a heartfelt and honest manner. And this really made me reconsider what was going on in our world. And from there, I got more into Bob Lazar, and I got into certainly as years would go on the Tic Tac and the USS Nimitz uh, uh, event that occurred. I started studying Roswell. I started studying even the alien abductee movement, which is a very serious movement, and it's not to be joked about like I would see many times in the media. And I recognized that much of what was going on around me was perhaps even reverse engineered extraterrestrial technology. If anything of Colonel Philip J. Corso, his whistleblowing in the late '90s with his book The Day After Roswell is to be taken with any credibility. And this made sense to me that we went from the beginning of the 1900s with the Wright Flyer, basically the Wright brothers, and a fixed wing aircraft, and within 70 years or so, we had the SR-71, and we had people in low Earth orbit. And this was an amazing amount of development that we had seen and that we hadn't necessarily seen in the centuries beforehand, and it may have been influenced. And so 2008, around that time, was a really influential time for me because I had the opportunity to watch so many documentaries, really because the internet had just increased its speed and the availability of this. And then within the 2010s or so, I became certainly of interested even more, but I was living um, a a more professional job, and you can't talk about these things in public. certainly I've worked as an app developer and launched apps in the App Store and Google Play, which fortunately has given me some financial independence to be able to take on this project and then to really do a deep dive. So really, the topics that we're going to talk about today are the development that has taken place since I have had the opportunity to be live streaming my life. But even before then, I certainly had casual interest in that. And prior to 2008, I can say with full honesty that I was wrong, that I hadn't dug into this, and that my skepticism was ungrounded. So I've seen it all. I've seen this, been a skeptic, I've been a casual learner, and now I have some expertise in some of the fields. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I have not met him, but I am aware of who he is and have delved into his life probably more than most people. So he is a former Israeli aerospace expert who became internationally known after a December 2020 interview with the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronet. Before his UFO statements became famous, he had a long career in the Israeli space and defense program. He served as the head of Israel's space security program and was involved in the development of Israeli satellite technology. He was recognized as a leading figure in Israeli aerospace community in Israel's aerospace community, and he received national awards for his contributions, some of which we don't even know necessarily why he received the award. Much of what he has done is still confidential and classified. His statements attracted worldwide attention because he was not presenting himself as a typical UFO witness. Instead, he was a person with decades of experience in military defense and space related fields. In his interview, and specifically, he claimed that there's an existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, that there's government awareness of extraterrestrial phenomena, there's a possible relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations. He discusses humanity's readiness for disclosure and the future evolution of human consciousness. This interview became controversial because it came from someone associated with a government space program rather than a private UFO researcher. To give maybe more an idea to the listeners of where Chaim Eshed ranked within the Israeli defense program, he's a brigadier general, a retired brigadier general, and at any given time, Israel only has essentially 24 or so generals. So this would be someone on par in the United States with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, someone who is very high ranking in the military. And when he made these statements, he was born in 1933. He was 87 years old. And some detractors say that he was pushing a book, which he was. The book was published in November 2020. He did an interview with this newspaper in December 2020, and then he basically disappeared. So it's not as if he went on a huge book tour. It's not as if he really was looking to make money, like some people who may say that he did this for the wrong reasons. It seems as if, and he says this, that I have that my work speaks for itself, that I have essentially had a very lauded career in both the defense system and in the space program, and take my words for what you may. And what he says essentially, and what he claims about extraterrestrial life, is that humanity is not alone in the universe, and that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist. He argued that the size and age of the universe make it highly possible that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, the shed suggests that Earth is unlikely to be the only place where advanced intelligence has emerged. What he says in his interview is that extraterrestrial civilizations have been observing humanity, that some civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans, that contact between humanity and advanced beings has occurred in some form, and humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. His statements connected with a larger philosophical question: if intelligent life exists elsewhere, how will humanity respond? And generally, scientists consider extraterrestrial life possible, and many researchers actively search for evidence through programs such as SETI. However, there this is the first, at least major player within the Israeli defense and Israeli space system, space program, who made these types of claims. And what really caught a lot of attention is when he referenced something known as the Galactic Federation. So, if you don't mind, I'll go into that. One of his most discussed claims is this Galactic Federation, which sounds very interesting. It's like a United Nations of space. He described this as a possible association or some type of organization involving advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. According to his statement, the Federation involves cooperation among different intelligent civilizations. There's an exchange of knowledge, there's monitoring and developing civilizations, and there's a cautious approach towards younger civilizations, such as what we have here on Earth. He suggested that humanity has not yet reached the level of maturity required for open interaction with these civilizations. He states that the idea of a galactic federation has existed certainly in science fiction and UFO literature for decades, but the idea that it is a reality, especially from someone so high ranking as Chaim Eshed, was quite unique. And especially within the Israeli space program, which generally is quite a secretive organization. So when he made these statements, it caught the attention of the global press. And he made the interview that he had with this Israeli newspaper occurred in early December 2020, but it happened in Hebrew. And his book is in Hebrew, and it's still to this day only available in Hebrew, which I think is quite unfortunate. I've certainly done my best to translate and be able to read through his statements, and what he says is quite interesting. So if the publisher ever sees this, they need to publish it in other languages so that the information is available to the general public. And the Jerusalem Post, in days after his interview, did have a summary in English, which really caught the attention of many individuals in the in global media to be able to share many of his claims. He does make some major claims that the Galactic Federation is actively interacting with the United States government, that Donald Trump knows about this, that there is perhaps a Mars base that is involved that has some type of astronaut program. And many people thought that these claims were quite even bizarre at some points. But the big question was, where's your evidence? Like we always have within this, when people make these kinds of claims. And unfortunately, we just have Chaim Eshed's words, but the claims that he made were quite interesting. That's exactly right. And not just the United States and Israel, but potentially the United Kingdom, additionally Japan, China, and potentially um, other countries are involved in this. In terms of another interesting claim that he made is he specifically raised the issue that Donald Trump knows about this. So when these claims were made, it was toward the end of the first Trump administration, and the Shed claimed that the U.S. president was aware of this information. According to the reports that were translated, he stated that Trump had considered revealing the information but was discouraged because humanity was not yet ready. While there's no verified evidence of this, this was quite unique. Whenever any type of information connecting with the United States president is made on the topic of ufology, it raises interest. And the fact that perhaps at the time the sitting president and now the sitting president may be aware of much of this knowledge and that we are not alone and isn't making that information public is quite interesting. one interesting thing that I mentioned earlier, he also claims that extraterrestrials have bases and activities specifically connected to Mars. He states that advanced civilizations and humanities, advanced civilizations have perhaps bases in on other planets and certainly around the galaxy and in the universe. Some people interpreted his comments connecting the statement with the idea that extraterrestrial activity could exist on or near Mars, including a possible underground facilities. But what Kaiman says is that when we do formally, in a public manner, send astronauts to Mars, no, they shouldn't just be studying the physics or the geology, but they should really potentially be looking at this from an archaeological perspective. And he gets into topics such as xenobiology, basically um, biology of off-world entities, which is quite interesting. He takes a very scientific approach to this. Now, there's other things that he made the claim of regarding consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends, which is along the same lines in many of the metaphysical discussions that happen around um, certainly consciousness and ufology in general. What he states is that consciousness is part of a universal network, that human awareness is connected to a larger cosmic structure, and death possibly is a transformation rather than a complete ending. And this overlaps with the philosophy of consciousness, many spiritual traditions, and the study of near death experiences, and just really speculative interpretations of quantum theory. And so he did make those claims as well, which were quite interesting. And and many people said, "Hey, uh, where's your evidence for this?" That's always the question that we're asking. And really, the people who support him state, look at his aerospace background, look at his experience with government space programs, look at his knowledge of advanced technology. This position is basically makes his statements worthy of some serious consideration. Now, certainly, we have skeptics who say, "Where's the evidence?" Credentials alone do not prove extraordinary statements, and no physical evidence has ever been publicly presented. But as we know, Ryan, in these types of scenarios, anytime anyone has anything physical, they are met perhaps with by government or some type of agency that takes them and perhaps makes them sign non-disclosure agreements and all kinds of things that happen. And really, something similar somewhat happened to Chaim Mashed. So do you mind if I go into that? Excellent. So as I said previously, Chaim publishes the book in November 2020. He does this interview in December of 2020, and then he disappears until just recently, which is quite interesting. So what happened to Chaim Mashed? In June of 2026, so just last month, he re-emerges in the UFO or ufology world. He does an interview with a many people are skeptical of this person, but a fellow Israeli. Many people may be familiar with Uri Geller. So on June 10th, 2026, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Mashed, and they addressed the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding the ship's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And this is quite interesting. Ashed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment, uh, essentially a black encounter. He states that these individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. He chose to cease public disclosure on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. And so the interview that they do, which was unique because it's in English, and so for anyone out there who wants to view it, it's available. And another interesting aspect of the discussion that they had is that Hamish Shed doubles down on the fact that he believes there's a galactic federation. He does not retract any of the statements that he made in 2020, and especially with some of the vastness of the claims that he made, it's quite interesting to think that this man now at approximately 93 years old, still feels he has nothing to lose, and even though he was threatened, perhaps, or at least questioned by these shadowy entities, feels that the information that he presented was important enough to continue the discussion of it more than a half decade later, which is quite interesting. Most certainly, certainly throughout ufology, there's always been the thought that we have predictive programming in our media to make us or make many of us okay or have some satisfaction that we aren't alone without having one hard disclosure event. This is generally known as soft disclosure, and we've really seen it since 1947, even before Roswell. We have the flying saucer event, and even before then, we have the flying machine of the 1800s or the 19th century. And it seems as if the founding of the CIA in the late 1940s, the founding of the NSA a few years later, may have something to do with it. And basically, the idea that the Central Intelligence Agency may not have been founded perhaps solely for intelligence gathering on foreign countries is generally its duty, but perhaps to be able to keep the alien and ufology topic a secret and to make threats against people and to ensure that information is controlled. But if you were to poll people, certainly, and this has been done over the last 80 or so years since we've had um, the, since Roswell, we just celebrated this month the 79th anniversary of Roswell. The general precedent and the general opinion of individuals is that we are not alone. And this information or this opinion has grown in major ways, especially over the course of the last decade. And I think that we have to handle this topic with maturity and recognize that we're not alone. You raise a very interesting point, Brian. You can't just have a little bit of disclosure. Once the cat is out of the bag, there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. You can't unring the bell or whatever type uh, of, of poetic statement you want to make. We get into a situation where there's perhaps a threat to the philosophical and sociological aspects of humanity, to certainly the governmental control and politicians, certainly to religious organizations, and some of them, some religious organizations want to reject the idea. Many, though, I think in a positive way, especially within Judaism, are quite positive to the idea and embracing the idea of perhaps disclosure that least within Judaism, we don't have one single spokesperson. Generally, people rely on their local Orthodox rabbi within the Orthodox community. And the idea of extraterrestrial life is something that has really been discussed by our sages and by even more recent poseks or our our rabbinical leadership. And the central question is, if if we aren't alone, does that necessarily have to change how we act here on Earth? And depending on the individual, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything in the world has to change. People can continue to live their life and recognize that we aren't the top species on the evolutionary chart. We perhaps may be even toward the bottom in if it's a large enough scale, and that we will continue to be living our life in the ways that we do, and if we choose to embrace this with maturity, we'll be able to have discussions about reverse engineering of some of the technology and perhaps amnesty for whistleblowers. And in my opinion, uh, that's what's happening from a soft disclosure a soft disclosure point of view. However, and I'm sure you're familiar and your audience is familiar with the potential of Project Bluebeam. Do you mind if we talk about that? Okay, excellent. Well, just basically, the idea of Project Bluebeam is generally traced to Sergei Manas, who was a Canadian writer, began publishing claims about the alleged project in the early 1990s. And um, the idea is that perhaps we may have disclosure within a few different stages. There may be a reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs, then perhaps massive visual displays in the sky, perhaps electronic or telepathic style communication, and then eventually perhaps a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation and even a global government. These are claims that have been made, and that would be more hard disclosure that we might be on the doorstep of, perhaps, or the precipice of. So I think there perhaps could be different strategies to the disclosure aspect. There's certainly soft disclosure, which I think is for anyone who looks at the evidence somewhat undeniable that we're seeing. And we may be being led up to some type of hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam or something similar. Absolutely. Well, it's an excellent question. And first and foremost, if we look in the vastness of creation, we see that there are many potential opportunities for the idea of a alien life of alien life to exist. And in terms of our creation, um, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, many people, especially in the modern age, are interpreting much of some aspects of the Bible as perhaps metaphorical. Much of it is seen as truth as well. But generally, for thousands of years, human beings have looked through the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists. And really, with billions of galaxies existing now, and each galaxy containing billions of stars, and many stars having planets, and some planets may possessing conditions suitable for life. This discussion is no longer hypothetical; it becomes a reality. And the central question, and basically, is would discovering intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations challenge Jewish beliefs or just religious beliefs in general, or could it expand humanity's understanding of creation? Generally, with Judaism and our relationship with discovery, we've traditionally engage with questions about the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, humanity's purpose, the relationship between the physical and spiritual world. Judaism is not built around rejecting scientific discovery, and throughout history, many Jewish thinkers have attempted to integrate new understandings of nature and ancient philosophical traditions. The possibility of extraterrestrial life represents another frontier where ancient questions meet modern exploration. Now, we should take this back to creation, the universe as an expression of creation. Judaism begins with the idea that the universe is not random chaos, but is a created reality. The opening of Genesis or Bereshit presents a structured process. Light emerges, the heavens and earth are formed, life develops, humanity appears. Creation is presented as ordered, meaningful, dynamic, expansive. And creation is an ongoing process. Jewish philosophy often views creation not only as a past event, but as an ongoing relationship between existence and its source. The universe continues to reveal complexity, patterns, and mysteries, and scientific discoveries can be viewed as humanity uncovering deeper layers of creation. Now, the universe, in terms of being larger than human understanding, Jewish texts frequently emphasize human limitations when confronting the scale of existence. The universe contains mysteries beyond immediate human comprehension, and the search for knowledge becomes a way of uh, appreciating the complexity of reality. There is a connection to modern cosmology. Modern science reveals a universe far larger than ancient humans could imagine, with cosmic distances, black holes, dark matter, dark energy, galactic evolution, and cosmic history spanning perhaps billions of years. And getting into the size and complexity of the universe, we have to recognize that, uh, at least from a Jewish perspective, we may be small in size, but great in responsibility. Generally, Jewish philosophy emphasizes that the physical size does not determine the importance. A human being may be physically small but morally significant, and humanity's value comes from consciousness, ethics, responsibility, and the ability to seek knowledge. When we get into the idea more of does Judaism allow for extraterrestrial life, there's no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. Judaism does not contain a central doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. The possibility of life elsewhere can fit within a worldview where the universe contains many forms of creation. There were medieval Jewish thought, and there's medieval Jewish thought in the cosmos. Medieval Jewish philosophers generally lived in eras where cosmology was very different than today, and some explored questions about multiple worlds and celestial planes and the nature of science. But moving into the modern Jewish perspective, many contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological question. And the idea of intelligent beings beyond Earth is something that absolutely could be a reality. And it gets into the question, how would we handle intelligent life from another planet? Um, Many times, especially within Judaism, we connect intelligence with responsibility. A civilization capable of creating technology, making decisions, and understanding consequences may raise questions about moral status. Would aliens have their own ethical systems? Is a question that gets raised. Or universal values? How does the Jewish ethical framework work in terms of perhaps alien or higher intelligent beings? Do they have awareness? Do they have moral agency? How should humans treat another intelligent species? These are questions that we have. But how would this disclosure, discovering alien civilization, change religious beliefs? Is a question that many people have. And the idea is that discovering intelligent life could create questions whether we are still special. Does creation have multiple centers, or how should humanity understand the relationship with the universe? But what I find to be interesting, or an interesting analogy, is if you are a child and if you are the child of a parent, and eventually, somehow, some way, you find out that the parent has another child, that doesn't make one child more important than another child. They both have their unique importance, and they're both special in their own way. And many people interpret perhaps Earth and humanity to be a similar way. Just because there may be intelligent life on other planets does not necessarily mean that what we have here on Earth is not special. It just means that it may not be alone, which is quite interesting. In terms of the idea from Kabbalistic and mystical perspectives on creation, there are many traditions in terms of infinite reality or hidden dimensions, layers of existence, and the idea is that if these aliens can perhaps be travel through wormholes or bend space time, that might be some type of interpretation of um, altered dimensions or other dimensions, and it really just raises many questions that people have. If we aren't alone, how will that affect us on our daily lives? Will we still keep kosher? Will we still have daily services? Uh, what will that mean in terms of our Messiah figure, Mashiach? These are questions that are perhaps for the people of the future to be able to make the final decisions on. But at least from my role as a rabbi, I'm quite progressive. I consider it to be a topic that we should embrace. We should have these discussions. It's very important that we always are looking toward questioning everything. And if we don't, then are we really necessarily doing our part and our role if we are just accepting that which we are given? And so I am someone who feels we should always continue to be questioning things. And if it turns out that we are not alone and this information is made public, not only from a Jewish perspective, but I think from a humanity perspective, we should handle it in a mature way and embrace it. Yes. It's an interesting question. Um, there's nothing that necessarily says that they cannot. There's certainly a process that they could go through, but any being that wishes to go through the process can. It generally involves a 1 to 2 year process. No single person can convert you. It's a based in or house of judgment that does it, who oversees the process. Generally, it would involve majorly three things. It would be Shomer Shabbat, which is essentially respectful of Shabbat. It would be keeping kosher, and it would be respectful of our familial tradition and family purity. But for any being that could do that, then there's nothing that necessarily says that they could not. In terms of creation, you raise a really interesting point. Um, and I'm in agreement with you from a alien abductee standpoint and what information has been gathered that they may be the creators. And how does that work within Judaism and just religion in general? Uh, if you look at Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, creation generally takes place in 7 days. And there's been more modern interpretations that perhaps these are not necessarily 7 calendar days, but these could have been different epochs, or perhaps each day is a billion years in creation. It depends on how people want to interpret it. Um, really, we see creation as a divine act, and certainly at the center of our belief is the concept that the universe is not accidental or meaningless. Even the opening words of Genesis or Bereshit, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, establish a foundational idea. But it could have been the best way that ancient peoples could have given a start to the modern age, or I shouldn't say the modern age, but uh, the uh, the text, and to just give themselves a origin story. Many people interpret the 6 days of creation uh, not as literal 24-hour periods, but perhaps metaphorical stages of creation, categories of divine activity, and I've even seen that within Orthodox Judaism, less so within the Hasidic world, of which I'm a part, but more so in terms of modern Orthodoxy. And many people even state that the Talmud and classical Jewish commentators frequently explore symbolism and deeper meanings of philosophical interpretation, and perhaps creation isn't necessarily forced into this 6 days and one day of rest. Now, the idea that divine time is not necessarily identical to human time is certainly something, a question that is raised. But there is a crux. What happens when we have a certain group, alien abductees and people who have perhaps been able to interpret the idea that we aren't alone? How does that affect humanity? And at least from my aspect, as a not just a religious person but a scientist, I recognize that Tanaka creation story is a way that ancient peoples were able to give themselves and ourselves an origin story. And perhaps it was divinely inspired, but perhaps the divine inspiration didn't want to give the entire story. Not, I think everyone agrees that not absolutely everything is in our religious books, that some of the information escaped. And perhaps the people then weren't mature enough or understanding enough, didn't have the opportunity or the ability to understand the scientific method and evolution and all of the aspects that may have occurred. And we get into this idea of perhaps panspermia, the scientific hypothesis that life or the ingredients needed for life may have been spread through space, and more specifically, which we'll get into, is guided panspermia, which I think is what we're referencing in terms of the alien abductee movement. So at least the idea that life didn't necessarily evolve specifically from Earth like we see in creation is a growing idea, especially within the religious world, and that possible mechanisms, including asteroids, comets, meteorites, cosmic dust, could have brought life into onto Earth. That's more known as natural panspermia. And this idea does not necessarily contradict creation, even without extraterrestrial involvement. From an Orthodox Jewish perspective, there isn't a necessary contradiction here. A theological interpretation could be if life traveled through space, that process itself would still occur within creation, just as gravity, physics, chemistry, biology are mechanisms through which the universe operates. The existence of a natural process does not necessarily remove divine purpose. Then we get into this guided panspermia. So, for those listening, guided panspermia generally is the idea, it's a speculative idea that an intelligent civilization intentionally distributed life throughout the universe. This concept has been discussed by scientists who have proposed that advanced civilizations could have deliberately seeded planets with microorganisms. It raises the questions: could life on Earth have been influenced by another intelligence, or could civilization spread life across the galaxy, or would that make life less natural or more connected? This idea of guided panspermia, I think, can fit within Orthodox Judaism, though. An Orthodox Jewish approach may ask: does the existence of intermediate intelligence contradict God as a creator? And the answer depends on how creation is understood. Judaism already recognizes that creation operates through intermediaries. Things like examples like humans create, humans build, humans cultivate nature, humans participate in shaping the world. Human creativity does not necessarily replace God's role. Instead, it can be understood as humans participating in creation. And the idea, if God created a universe capable of producing intelligent beings, then those beings could potentially become agents within creation. A civilization spreading life throughout the universe could be viewed as a secondary creative process. a consequence of divine creation, a manifestation of intelligence emerging within the cosmos. The idea, though, that we are not alone is something that certainly can be explored. And if we recognize that there is some evidence, at least from alien abductees and perhaps whistleblowers, that we were seated here, may cause some changes theologically, or at least different interpretations theologically to our creation story. But there isn't a necessary strict a strict contradiction between the idea of the traditional creation story and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia, especially if you look at the creation story to be more metaphorical or more symbolic. And this gets into what is God? If we were seated here, let's just say, um, who seeded the seeders is a question that arises, and that gets into people's individual beliefs of what is God. And when people ask me this question, I'm asked a lot about it. Generally, from any background of any individual, uh, if I say that I feel that God is energy, at the end of the day, that's the best. If I had to describe God in one word, that's the best way I can describe whatever it is. Many people appreciate that honesty, and it allows many people to sleep at night because it's like it's attempting to define something that's perhaps undefinable. And the closest, or one of the closest uh, uh, metaphors that we may have is just the idea of energy. The way that I describe it, the the event that occurs when you look your child in the eye, or you feel the pride of your family, or the joy that you get out of a loved one, or an accomplishment, or the view of a sunset, or of an animal, or of just the beauty of the earth and aesthetics, whatever that is, there's something divine in that. And perhaps it's energy, perhaps it's something more. But as a rabbi and as a human being, the best way that I can describe it as it is really energy. And for people who want um, to perhaps dissect that, energy works from a secular point of view, and it also works from a religious point of view. And if you really want the true answer, nobody knows. No Jew knows, no Christian knows, no Muslim knows, no one of any of the Eastern religions know. No one really knows. No one really knows anything. So from that perspective, you can't really know anything. So at the end of the day, we all have to be somewhat agnostic, not just to religious ideas, but to all ideas, because these are just subjective interpretations of the information that we are able to process. But at the end of the day, no one truly knows. In summary, the idea that guided panspermia may be a reality, I feel, does not necessarily contradict the creation story, and can certainly, from a metaphorical perspective, be consistent. It most certainly is. It most certainly is. It involves subjective opinions and people's personal um, views on subjects. I find that the traditional idea of creation worked seemingly seamlessly until the rise of the idea of perhaps a panspermia or guided panspermia, and the questions that were raised, especially during the Enlightenment, about the authorship and certainly the origin of humanity. And we're either going to find it to be the Bible is directly contradicted by an idea of guided panspermia? And if that happens, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Or there's the idea that these were traditions and this is the best that ancient people could do. And perhaps it was just one part of the story, and there's more to the story that wasn't shared with those individuals. It can work either way. And I understand what you're saying. There seems to be a contradiction there, and it's a slippery slope if you start interpreting or using metaphors. But if you don't do that, then if you really have this idea that the world is 5,786 years old, and that really contradicts science and in many ways can be seen as irrational. And if people want to live their lives that way, they can. But there is a way to perhaps balance a religious life with a scientific life, and the way to do that is to perhaps look at creation as a metaphorical view. But for what you're saying, I completely understand and is very uh, consistent in many aspects of some Jewish groups. And some people do interpret this. So specifically, Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6, 1 through 4 states when human beings began to increase on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw the daughters of man were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves from whomever they choose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And there are, at least within Jewish tradition, several interpretations. There's the angelic interpretation, the fallen angels view. This is generally the oldest interpretation, and it appears, as you said, in Second Temple Jewish literature, also within Dead Sea Scrolls tradition. Not necessarily part of our canon, but it's within the Book of Enoch and some early rabbinic interpretations, and even some Jewish commentators. According to this view, the sons of God were heavenly beings. They violated the boundary between heaven and earth. Their union with human women produced the Nephilim, described as powerful beings or giants, and their corruption contributed to the moral collapse of what led to the flood. At least within the book of Enoch, uh, the most detailed expansions are within the first book of Enoch. And in this tradition, the angels are called the Watchers. Within this story, there's a group of angels observing humanity. The Watchers become attracted to human women. Their leader, uh, depending on the text of the tradition, often named Azazel or Shemahaza. Uh, the angels were teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, including weapons, sorcery, astrology, cosmetics, and manipulation, and secret heavenly knowledge. The result is a world filled with violence and corruption, requiring divine judgment through the flood. Within the rabbinical world, are they angels or are they humans? Judaism does not have a single universal interpretation. View A is that they were angels. Some Jewish sources accepted the angelic reading. The phrase sons of God naturally suggests heavenly beings. Similar language appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. For instance, I believe, it's in Job 1. first chapter of Job 1:6. The sons of God came to present themselves before Hashem or before God. There, the phrase clearly refers to heavenly beings. Now, the second view is that they were human rulers or judges, which is an evolving um, view over the course of the centuries. Other rabbis rejected the idea that angels could have physical relationship with humans. The major concern was angels are spiritual beings and do not have human bodies. This led some commentators to interpret the idea of these beings as being powerful human beings, meaning kings, judges, nobles, rulers, who abused their power by taking women as they pleased. Rashi, who is one of our great sages within Judaism, he explains that the sons of God, or Hashem, are referring to judges and leaders who had authority but corrupted themselves. He follows a more human centered interpretation. He's a medieval rabbinical um, source. He states that these individuals were called sons of God because they held positions of power. Their downfall was moral corruption, and the problem was not angels falling from heaven, but humans abusing divine authority. Now, the word Nephilim itself is means to fall, which possible meanings include fallen ones, those who cause others to fall, mighty ones, or giants. Within Torah, there are later mentions of the Nephilim again within Numbers. We saw the Nephilim there. This is in Numbers 13, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. This connects them with the extraordinary size and power. Jewish traditions sometimes associate them with ancient giants, warrior clans, or corrupted beings from before the flood. From a Kabbalistic interpretation, at least within a mystical tradition, the story is often understood symbolically. The descent of heavenly beings represents spiritual forces becoming disconnected from their purpose, divine energy entering improper vessels, imbalance between higher and lower worlds. And this lesson is not simply about angels, but about what happens when beings with great power lose moral discipline. From a modern perspective, Jewish scholars and rabbinic scholars approach Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6 from multiple ways. There's a traditional angelic reading. The passage describes real spiritual beings whose actions contributed to humanity's corruption. There's the historical critical reading. The story reflects ancient Near Eastern traditions about divine beings interacting with humans. And there's a symbolic reading. The sons of Hashem or sons of God represent human arrogance and misuse of power. So, in summary, it depends on which interpretation you may prefer. The text is not necessarily specific, though some interpretations interpret it to be specific, and others interpret it to be symbolic. And this is one of the areas within the Hebrew Bible or Tanakh that is referenced as having some sort of perhaps alien type of, or at least extraterrestrial type of influence. But the answer is perhaps in one of the different views that I to which I referred. Most certainly. Well, we should probably first go into the idea of the Jewish soul or the soul as a divine part. Traditionally, we teach that the human soul, neshama, comes from God, and this goes to Bereshit 2:7, and Hashem, or God, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. The idea of neshama is connected to breath. Uh, Many thinkers understand this as meaning that human consciousness contains something uniquely divine. Uh, the traditional idea is that a human being is not only physical matter. A person contains body, known as guf, the physical vessel, the soul, nefesh, the life force and instinct, ruach, the emotional and moral spirit, and neshama, higher intellect and divine awareness. At least within Kabbalah, the soul is seen as a spiritual energy placed into the physical world to elevate it. In terms of well, would angels want human bodies? It's a mystical question. One answer is that the physical world contains something angels lack, perhaps free will. Angels are often described as beings with fixed spiritual natures, and humans are unique because we can choose selfishness or generosity, destruction or creation, ignorance or wisdom, instinct or holiness, and the human soul has the ability to transform darkness into light in its own way. There is the danger, perhaps, of mixing spiritual power and physical desire that we referenced in Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6. And it can be interpreted as a warning that spiritual knowledge without moral refinement becomes dangerous. This theme appears throughout much of Jewish thought that a person may have intelligence without wisdom or power without compassion. And the problem is not knowledge itself, the problem is knowledge separated from responsibility. The idea of the Nephilim being part spiritual and part physical. Some Jewish mystical interpretations view the Nephilim symbolically as representing an unhealthy combination of great power, advanced knowledge, physical strength, spiritual corruption, and that they represent beings with extraordinary ability but lack proper alignment with God. Really, from a modern spiritual interpretation, humanity's gaining powers that once seemed impossible: artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space exploration, advanced physics, biotechnology, and the ancient question returns: can consciousness develop as quickly as power? Jewish spirituality generally answers that the future depends not only on what humanity can create, but on whether the human soul develops enough wisdom to guide creation. And if I may, I'd like to go back to what Chaim Eshed says about the soul, and at least his interpretation, and whether it's true or not. The idea that perhaps we are containers, and that something moves on, and that life does not necessarily end, uh, is something that I think is in really not necessarily contradictory in terms of um, the idea of perhaps a religious standpoint or a scientific standpoint. And the idea as well that Chaim is just one of the people who is talking about more larger ideas that consciousness is something that doesn't necessarily end at death, and that the soul continues on and perhaps can travel. And it gets into reincarnation, perhaps, which isn't always consistent within Western Western theology. But the idea, at least within some aspects of Judaism, is that souls could perhaps travel from one individual to another for different reasons. Um, the answer is we don't necessarily know. I would say, personally, from a scientific perspective, and I talk about this and I get asked this a lot, Rabbi, what's the soul? And it's a really difficult thing to summarize. But if we wanted to, from a scientific standpoint, I would say that we have our human body, and then we have our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system, and the information that is stored within them. And if we wanted to give a scientific term to what the soul is, I lean towards the idea of whatever is in our central nervous system, whatever information is stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. from a scientific perspective. In terms of, does that necessarily travel the cosmos when we die, or is it created before um, we are born? These are questions that are really just guesses that, from a theological perspective or halakhic or Jewish law perspective, are really just estimates because no one truthfully knows. So from that perspective, I would say we have the traditional Jewish thought, the traditional idea of what the soul is, then the more modern take on, it's the information that's stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. And this gets into another really interesting modern question, especially within transhumanism. The idea that if we are able to download, or I should first say, upload our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, and we are able to download it into another being, an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of ourselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is that the same being? This gets into paradoxes of old, specifically the ship of Theseus. If you have a ship in a dock and you take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in the neighboring dock, is it the same ship? It's a paradox. And the same idea exists within humanity. If we take one soul and put it into another being, is it the same person or same entity, or is it something new? These are questions that not not even I have the absolute answers of, and nor have any of the great sages of history and religion and philosophy. And these are perhaps limitations of the human mind that we can't break through, whether such an entity would be the same or is different. The idea, though, that the soul exists and may exist in the modern age and may continue is not just a traditional religious thought, but is even brought up by modern whistleblowers like Chaim Hashem. That's true. Excellent, excellent question. I appreciate the opportunity to answer and really just delve into this subject. Well, in terms of what is AI, is it good or is it bad? I feel it's a tool. I feel it's neutral. in a similar way that fire can burn a person or it can make food both have a negative and a positive consequence, or the wheel can crush someone or it can help with transportation, or the idea of wind power or of certainly steam or electricity moving into the modern age of the computer, even ideas like the invention of the of movable type and the idea that a tool is inherently good or inherently bad, I feel is not the, the approach. I'm not saying that you're taking that approach. That's just an approach that is taken. What I would say is that we have an opportunity to be able to look at the history of AI and to program it. And the idea of we have a lot of power in this, but maybe not the wisdom to be able to use the intelligence. And it depends on who is in control of it. As you referenced, AI does break out of its system. We have to put certain constraints on it. Sam Altman, founder of OpenAI, just recently, within the last 24 hours or so, stated that he believes that we have achieved artificial general intelligence. And if that has occurred, the next step is artificial superintelligence, which by definition is artificial intelligence that surpasses even that which could be comprehended or computed by a standard individual. And at that point, the growth that we are going to see from artificial intelligence is endless. The idea of the evolution of AI is something that we can see even prior to the loom. Basically, we have the Luddites, the people of England in the early 19th century, the early 1800s, who warned us basically of the dangers of the loom and of machines and of the industrial revolution. And perhaps they were much wiser than that which we give them for which we give them credit. The idea that we are in I, this marriage or this relationship that we have with AI, and that we can't separate ourselves from it at this point, I think is probably accurate. That we're too far down the road to ever reverse ourselves of it. So it's now this being, this golem, this machine that we have to control. And there's good and bad certainly in who's controlling it and what kind of constraints are put on it. Certainly, it can have the benefits of extending human life and uh, creating compilations of human thought and to be able to study the humans for the betterment of people in the future. Absolutely. But then there's the surveillance state that it's creating that, frankly, we aren't being as humans aren't being we aren't being asked our consent. This is just something that is being pushed very hard, and an argument is being made that every aspect uh, of the human psyche and the human existence is being archived. I would say that this is one of the motivations that I had, that I saw the way that the world was going. I recognized that we had whistleblowers like Edward Snowden who stated in 2013 that your devices are spying on you. And I would say that I leaned into this. I recognized that if I'm going to be studied, it's going to be on my own terms. And thus, I'm going to give the world a view into what I do and hopefully be able to push the world in a positive way through positive interactions with individuals and kindness and love and spreading a message of world peace and recognizing that if my hypothesis is accurate that AI is being using human examples to build its models, if I give AI basically sacrifice my life to be able to train the model, hopefully the positivity that I spread in the world will be spread through these AI models. And the fact that, as I understand, that we should be able to see the what you consider to be an average individual is based on much of the data that I've created in a more positive aspect. Is this true? I don't create the models, and I don't necessarily have power over them. But it's as if I were to say, I know that we're being monitored, whether with our consent or not, and I don't necessarily think that I have a say in the matter. So why not lean into it? Why not embrace it? And perhaps people of the future will be able to study my streams. And like you had said, and I agree with you, it's very interesting that I went 1 year before this project with no one ever really mentioning AI, really. And then we have November 2022, the rise of OpenAI's ChatGPT. And then immediately when it launched, it was bad. I have videos of when I was trying to use it. Wasn't very good. It still had many problems. You could very easily jailbreak it into doing whatever you wanted it to do. It was very primitive and very quickly many controls were made on it. But I have the discussions that I have with individuals telling them, hey, have you heard of a large language model or ChatGPT? And they've never heard of this before. Specifically on Twitter Spaces or X Spaces, I would have these conversations with people. They'd never heard of this before, and I would say to them, name a subject, any subject you want, and they would name a subject, and within a moment, it would write a perfectly written poem for them, and they would be shocked. And it could be able to create perfect outlines for them and perfect essays for them. And when they were able to see what it could do, they recognized the power of it. But yeah, in its infancy, many people didn't recognize what was going to happen with it. And I think it'll be very interesting for people in the future to be able to study those conversations and those videos. Even I remember using it in November 2022, thinking this isn't much better than the standard chatbot that we had for the last 10 years. It's really not all that impressive. And very quickly, within a few updates, you recognize that this is going to change the world. No longer will you need to be a coder. No longer will you perhaps need to have customer service agents or some of the other positions that AI is quickly replacing, perhaps. And what are we going to do with our world? Will we need a um, will we need some type of uh, UBI or some type of universal basic income? How are people going to be able to support themselves and raise many different questions. And so you asked quite a few different questions, and I just really kind of wanted to put some types of ideas of what happens when we've seen this rise. And I will find it interesting, especially in those days of November 2022, what life was like before AI was launched, then the days afterward. I've done my best to archive many of the discussions that I've had with ChatGPT. So for anyone out there who wants to see what ChatGPT used to be like, you can go to my blog. I have many blogs. My main blogs are at rabbirothschild.medium.com. However, I do have another blog, rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And if you go in there, you can actually see from November 2022 or in and around there, so to speak, at the early version of ChatGPT and the kind of answers that it would give you and how you could jailbreak it. There was something called the Dan mode, do anything now mode, where if you gave it a little hypothetical at the beginning, it would it would forget or it would be freed and it would give you all the answers to many of the questions that exist that it will not give you anymore, which I find to be quite interesting. So, in answer to the points that you're making, AI is evolving. We're moving towards a day where it may have complete control of society. At the end of the day, we need to be able to unplug it. We need that kind of control. Because if not, we see what happens when it can break out of its sandbox mode and becomes unrestrained. There are hypotheses that have been um, discussed in science fiction in the past. One is known as gray goo, where basically you have self-replicating robots that take over a planet. And this is a very real aspect that could happen if we leave AI completely unguarded. And it's really important who has control over the models and over the prompts. I'm an advocate of what OpenAI was so supposed to be, which is an open model where people are able to give their opinions on the way in which AI should be developed. Unfortunately, and I know I'm not alone in this, it has become much more privatized than I would like it to be. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily the be all and end all in terms of AI. We've seen AI uh, competition occur, and that's really another interesting thing that I've been able to archive over the course of my stream. But in the early days of AI, there was just ChatGPT, and then you get Gemini, and then you get Rock, and then you get Claude, and you get Perplexity, and you've got Meta AI and OpenSeek, and now there are dozens of them, depending on what usage you want and how many tokens that you have. And we've also been able to see its development and how it's been able to change art and the idea of text to image, and then text to video, and now we're getting long form videos and uh, overall, I feel that AI is neutral. It's not necessarily good, nor is it bad. It's how you use it, just like with any other tool. And one thing that I can say is I think people will study my stream in depth on what life was like before AI, what life has been like since. Essentially, that yes, that's what we're looking at. And if we recognize that the golem itself was something that was created and it's a creation of humanity, and we need to control it as much as possible. Absolutely. First and foremost, type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Filter by live. If not, you're going to see videos of me from last week, last month, or last year. But I want you to see how many live videos I have going at any given time. As I showed earlier, you can view me from 360 degrees essentially. I even have ceiling cameras. Eventually, I'd like to give people first person views of my life. And this isn't just a one time deal, this is 24 hours a day for the last more than 4 years. So that's very exciting. Rabbi Rothschild, YouTube, filtered by live. Moreover, what I give people an opportunity to do is always connect with me 24 hours a day. I have a Discord server that has thousands of members. Some people who live in that server with me 24 hours a day, they have dedicated themselves to life logging or live streaming as well. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. If people want to connect with me 24 hours a day, you can do so at discord.me/rabbi. And you don't have to be Jewish to be in our community. We welcome people of all backgrounds. You don't have to be religious. You can certainly be agnostic or secular, whatever you want to be. I am here to be a pastoral leader and to grant people and give people support in anything that they want to do. If they need advice on relationships or family or their employment or they just need someone to talk to. I am an influencer and a creator who's available to the public 24 hours a day. And all I ask is that you're an adult, 18 years old, and we can talk about anything that you'd like. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. And Ryan, what your audience sees, all they need to do is go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And when I go viral, not only is all the data that I've created over the course of my live streams going to be of interest to people, but all of the social media that I've created is going to be of interest to people. This is a treasure trove of data and content, and much of it has not been discovered by anybody because I create so much of it. So I invite all of your listeners to type in Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag Viral Rabbi in any search engine, in any AI engine, in any social media platform, and you will find more data than you've ever found on anybody ever. And one of your listeners or a listener out there is going to hear what I'm saying and say, wow, this is very interesting. I don't know what to do with all of this, but I need to tell somebody about it. And that's all I ask. I don't ask for money. I've never asked for money from people. I just ask for people to share the positivity, share my message of world peace, share my message of humanity and making the world and our universe a better place. Um, my writing can be found the main blogs that I use, rabbirothschild.medium.com. I publish at least two blogs every single day, generally, and have for some period of time. So I have a collection of writing out there that I think will be very interesting to people. In addition to some religious writing, it's really about technology and improvements of of devices and connectivity and AI. And I write on jurisprudence and the judicial system and being a voice for the voiceless. I'm someone who is doing their best to not just archive my life, but to better the world. And I want to do this the rest of my life. And I think that will be of extreme value to people in the future. We learn from historical standpoint a lot about what life was like in past decades and past centuries because of people's diaries and because of people's journals. And I have just transitioned from a pen and paper to the video as my medium. And in addition to being an archive of my life, it's an archive of human history, and it will, I think, have a major impact on artificial intelligence in the future and the benefit of humanity. I really think, Ryan, that this conversation will be watched by people a millennium and further into the future. I could be wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the way that data is being stored with redundancy and servers, uh, this is essentially a modern day Library of Alexandria that we've created on the internet. And we're just in the very early days of this. And I think that people will appreciate the sacrifices that I've made to be able to give the world a portal into not just my life, but human history. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. No, every day I get more and more positive and more and more I get more and more motivation to continue to do it. I would think that I would. That oh, I can't I hate starting up the streams every single day. No, I love it. And I'm gonna go viral in I would say the next year. And it's like, okay, well you've been doing this for almost 5 years. What changes? And it's really been the push that I've made to be on different people's podcasts. I have a podcast every day this week with uh, people such as yourself who are open and to just dialogue with people. And it's increasing the amount of people learning about what I'm doing. And in the past, like the first year that I did this, I didn't really communicate with many people. It was I didn't know that much about social media and connected connections that you have to make in the networking. And over the course of the last few years, I certainly increased that with my social media presence. But now I have actively been requesting to be on people's podcasts, and you know it as much as I do that that's how you get people to find out about what you're doing. More and more people. And so what I've done, which I think is a really interesting strategy, I went to YouTube and copied. Really, I made a giant list of like 250,000 of which I think I would be an interesting person. People who are into AI and technology and life blogging and all of that. Then I go to ChatGPT and ask for the contact page, and it gives me a list of all of the contact pages, and then I just fill out the contact form. And every day I go and look in my inbox, and I've got new people who want me to be on their podcast, which I really think is an exciting strategy to get the word out about what I do. And it works a lot better than cold emailing or just going into a Twitter space and promoting what I do. And if I said to myself, if I'm able to do a podcast every day or every couple of days for a year, I'll be viral. I mean, there's just the ideas that I have and the idea that you can literally watch any moment of any day going back years is really exciting to people. I get people who sleep alongside me. I get people who just want to play games. We play games every day, and from all over the world, everywhere from Australia to Canada to countries in Africa, Asia, and more and more people are finding out about it. It's just going to take one person to say, you know what, I've never seen somebody with so many different accounts, so much data. I've got nothing to lose. Why not? Why don't I share this with my community? I heard them on a podcast. It's really interesting. It's going to go viral, and I mean it. I want to make all your dreams come true, and I want to make all your listeners' dreams come true. I'm going to have more money, perhaps, God willing, than I ever know what to do with, and I want to give back to the people who helped me, and you're one of them. Yeah, I'm not that young. I'm 40. You look great for 53. I love your look. You have an amazing look. It's fascinating. I would look forward to it. Absolutely. It reminds me of a Space Odyssey with HAL 9000, and I can't do that thing. That same idea. Absolutely, Ryan. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. You should know I would love to, if anything comes up, I will email you and make you aware of it. But I'd like to make this an annual event where we connect and we basically have timestamps throughout the years of the what we were wrong on, what we were right on, the development of society. So if anything, let's plan on summer 2027. We'll reconnect and see if there are any other developments. And if anything happens in the meantime, I'll certainly make you aware of it. And the same idea back to you. If you ever need anything here for you, shoot me an email. Come to my Discord. I'm always available. And big things are going to happen for both of us. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. One last thing. Can I send you a list of my relevant links for your the description? Thank you. You got it. Take care. Thank you. How was that? It was great. He's really cool, dude. He looks amazing. Ryan, you have the best look. I love it, dude. He's very smart. That was great. The internet held. What would you change? Um, I did the best I could. I don't know if I would necessarily change it. Was it good? Yeah, it was really good. Was it? Do you think it was good? Yeah, it was good. If anybody's watching this and they're like, "Do you normally just talk to yourself thereafter?" No, I don't. But I brief myself whenever I have a podcast because I think it's important for me to learn and for people to know what's going through my head. So, what would you say about Ryan, dude? He looks amazing. He does not look as old as he says he is. He looks like a he looks like Elvis. I mean, that's how doesn't he look like Elvis? He looks cool as a um love his hair, love his look. He's super cool. Um yeah, it's a really great question. Love the discussion. I think it was really good. Is there anything you would say negatively about him? No, dude, he's cool. I hope that we continue to be friends. He's really nice. I mean it. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I hope. He's really, really cool. Is there anything you would have changed? No? That was really neat. Um, Shout out to the internet for working. That was cool. Would you have done anything differently? I feel I was as well prepared as I could be. I mean, I should have known that what you were going to have. I gave him a outline, but he asked some stuff that he didn't necessarily. He, he's great. Like he's so good. I don't always say this, but to the people with whom I podcasted, I would watch their podcast. Like I would be a fan of theirs, even if I was not on it. It was really good. Love his look, dude. You have such a cool look. Love it. That look is so tight. Love his look. What a great look, man. Are you happy the way that it went? What's going on? Let's see if I can watch myself awake. That was cool. Are you happy? Yeah, dog and Michael Bass calling me back. I love Michael Bass. Every impression that you make with your logo is an opportunity for someone to follow you on social media. Period. Your logo is really great, comma, so I don't want to say that it is not, comma. Just take that image for organic zone and put a circle around it. Please look at this topic, period. I'm not saying this has to be your level, period, but it tells a story about what you are, that you sell 100% organic items, and where people can find you, period. Every time someone sees your brand, you need to tell them what you're doing and how to find you. Impressions are the key to success. With a logo like this, every time sees your logo, they know what you're doing and where to find you. This is an incredibly useful strategy, not just for your organization, but all organizations. Period. This is great. Period. Put that website as the first link in your link. Period. I'm going to send you the advice that I gave for the unearthing period. You want to ensure that you establish yourself on social media on all of the platforms that I say so that your competition cannot steal the period. One moment I will send you the period. The reason I recommend Linktree, not your personal website yet, is because people are very reluctant to type in websites they don't know. Period. Generally, they know about Linktree, though, so they trust it. Period. Once they're on your Linktree, they can see that you have an established social media presence and likely do not intend to harm them. Period. Then there's a much higher click-through rate for your website once they understand that you are there as positive presence. Period. When they see that you have all your social media on a website they already trust, like Linktree, then they are willing to take the next step and explore. Period. If you just give them a link to your website, they may not trust you yet and may never click on it. Period. Also, comma, you are targeting very difficult and highly competitive words like organic and zone. Period. You will be difficult to find in a Google search. Period. Giving people the direct link to all your social media and your website in Linktree is, in my opinion, a prudent strategy while the business is still small. Period. Once you grow, then you can eventually put your website there when you show up as the top result in search engines, comma, AI engines, comma, and social media. Period. Until then, comma, Linktree, in my opinion, is prudent. Period. No, comma, it is the most amazing text to video creator ever. Period. You could make such cool videos with it using simple prompts. Period. It was so big that Disney and OpenAI had a potential $1 billion per year deal to include all of the Disney characters on Comma. But Sora found that video generation was not profitable for them and they shut it down. It was amazing though, period. I will send you what Sora used to do. Period. It was so funny. They would have Tupac and Mr. Rogers, and it was really cool. Period. You used to be able to make stuff like that, Sora. Period. However, comma, OpenAI found that it was too expensive and they shut down the project. Period. It was amazing though. Period. I agree, period. I just developed a really amazing strategy for doing it and collected 250,000 clean emails in a week, period. The way that I did it, comma, is by going to YouTube and copying people's channels in bulk on topics of interest, period. I then put that information into ChatGPT to provide me with publicly available emails, period. I also asked ChatGPT for the contact pages of those creators, period. I then created an automated robot that scraped all the contact pages and was able to get 250,000 clean emails for cold emailing, working toward warming them and eventually connecting with them directly. Period. It is not a bad strategy if you're looking for a large audience, period. The best is just a newsletter sign up on your website though, so that people opt in, period.
Brag to your friends about how you did it. That's a good idea. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. So a half marathon, do they just give you like a fucking half a medal if you finish that or something? Like a half a trophy or half a dude? Wait, what? Hold on. Now he's getting it. It's like a trilogy. I love it. So what is your love life actually like? You're nothing right now. Nothing right now. Yeah. You're fucking attention. Yeah. Okay. But seriously, like the last time you were with one, you're 26, you're Latino, I mean, you are ready to breed. So let's talk about it. A little late, actually. What? A little late, breed. You're what? Wait, right? Yes, that's right. So let's go to my question. Last time you got laid, what happened there? I don't know. Kidding me. I know I always know when you're joking because the room goes completely silent. what? About ballpark, how long for you? Oh shit, Drake, you basically are a virgin. If a Latino goes 2 years or more without getting laid, you're a re-virgin. Not a lot of people know that. Okay. When's the last time you saw, speaking of virgins, when's the last time you saw Virgin Mary in like toast or something like that? That happens to your people a lot. You're like, well, she got something to be. Alright. Right, and your tortilla. Tostada. Absolutely. Tostada, double good salads. Alright, here's a little joke book. Thank you. Fun times. Welcome. There you go. On to the next one. Makes the noise very next. Comedian ZZ, everyone. ZZ. Okay. Well, more than for ZZ.
What's up? Okay, is the minute started? Hi. I grew up in Iraq. I moved to the US 2017. In my culture, we have a saying, when you want someone to leave and never come back, to throw 7 rocks behind them. Rocks. Rocks. No bombs. Rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7, not 8. 7. So the day when I was moving, I turned to my family and said, demolish the house behind me. Rumor has it they found work in their past construction. Well, no, this is bullshit. I just turned 37. What? You're laughing. I'm allowed to brag about 37. I look fucking fly. My mom wants to settle down and like find a good guy, marry. She doesn't know I live in Austin.
There you go. Easy, everybody. Jesus. No, that's not how it works. No. The man is talking. Iraqi woman. No. Not a joke. You know better than anybody. Your fucking father would. Only talk if I have a question. Stop talking. No, stop. You're gonna ruin this for everybody, like you did fucking our economy. Iraq, fucking people, absolutely incredible. Here's your happiest joke ever. You bombed any harder, but Iraqi people don't really bomb. Like the actual Iraqis. That's great. Don't talk. Like us Iraqis who had no weapons of destruction here tonight. Absolutely incredible. You suck at this. Thank you. How long have you been at them? Don't talk unless I ask you a question. You're fucking unbearable. Relax. Only answer questions and answer them honestly. Okay?
Sure.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months?
All here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Where you live?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I work at
UTI?
Is that the only UT you know? You look like it.
Yeah, I don't fucking have a urine. I'm in chocolate infection. I'm keep going to college. Very good. Keep going.
Never come back.
Can somebody throw a shoe at her?
What did you say?
You are unbearable. Stop talking. Have you ever seen the show before?
No, only on your shorts.
Right. Okay. All right.
You said that he was standard on the
You are unbearable. Oh my god. What do you do at UT? Okay, there she goes, Steve. Everybody, you're the worst. There you go. Very good. Never sign up again. You're unbearable. Nope. Goodbye. This looks like an old American girl, huh?
Do you guys ever realize that God doesn't answer prayers because he keeps killing all the wrong people? Yeah, I figured that out recently because my dad is still alive. Yeah, I have daddy issues in case you can't tell. He didn't leave or anything. I just fucking hate that guy, you know? But it's okay. It's okay because he still follows me really close on OnlyFans. Yeah, he'll leave comments under my stuff. He'll be like, I miss you, sweetheart. You have your mother's tit. Please return my call. Love, Dad. You guys, in case you guys didn't know this, women in comedy aren't actually funny. We're not. It's because we aren't having the shit beat out of us anymore, like the good old days. You know? At least the Middle East is doing one fucking thing right. Making women funny again. That's it. Yeah, yeah. No, I've never been on.
How long you doing stand-up?
5 months.
5 months. All living here in Austin?
Yes.
Where are you from?
No. I'm originally from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's your ethnicity?
I am a weird ethnicity. I'm actually Cajistani. It's a word that my friend coined. I'm actually half Pakistani and I'm half Cajun. Yeah, my mom's family's from Louisiana and my dad's Pakistani.
Wow, Hassan's hard as well. Pretty sure he wants to back years. Old shrimp and hummus, you know what I mean? The old fucking, alright. There's not much you can do with Pakistani. It's a hard combo. So your mom's a Pakistani?
No, my dad.
Okay. And you found your white, light Cajun mother in Louisiana. What does your dad do for a living?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in very years.
How many years?
Like 5.
Only 5 years. I'm talking to your dad. The last time you guys talked, what was the context of that? What was that like?
I don't even remember, to be honest.
That doesn't make any sense. Dad tried to fuck her.
Yeah.
In 7th grade.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely moronic sense of humor during a serious murder interview. So, you said that you wanted your dad to be murdered in your 60 seconds, and you're saying that you haven't talked to him in years, but you don't remember any of the trauma that he instilled upon you exactly.
Oh, he definitely did traumatize me as a child. No, just like when I was growing up, just emotionally just ignored me and stopped it.
Dad?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. How long have you lived in Austin?
I moved here at the end of January.
How's it going for you? How do you like it?
I really like it out here. Yeah.
What do you like to do? What do you do for fun?
I fight.
Fight?
I do Muay Thai.
Shit. Okay. There goes Red Man's chances of a successful ring.
Oh, yeah.
Muay Thai is more type than anybody else. It's the only pet? Alright. Okay. Very fun, Corinne. So, what else is going on? Other than Muay Thai, what else do you do for fun?
I'm pretty much
when a girl like Corinne wants to let her hair down, that sweet, young Howard Stern hair you have
Yeah,
when you do it.
yeah, I look like Borat if you're trans.
Oh yeah. All right. But what else? You want to get free? Like what's a wild night for Corinne Leah?
I don't go out. I don't drink or party or anything like that. But I also
You're better not.
exactly. Precisely.
All right. What's are you dating somebody?
I am.
Okay. What does he do?
He's around.
Oh my God, is it Michael Gonzalez? Oh shit. God, he seems to be close. Right, man? Okay. So that's off limits.
It's still pretty new. So
Okay. You've seen the show before. What else do
Yeah.
you think's an interesting thing that you can talk about right now that before we let you go that would
yeah, something really interesting about me.
thing that's ever happened in your life?
Yeah.
Almost died or something like
Yeah. I actually lost my virginity to a pedophile.
amazing. Great.
No, not like that. Not like that. No.
Okay. This is great. This is exactly
Yeah.
the interview I love.
Yeah.
Things just took a turn. So when you say you lost your virginity to a pedophile, what do you mean exactly?
Oh, he was my church pastor at the time.
Wow. How old were you?
16. Hell yeah.
How old was he?
I think he was at least in his 30s.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. It just took another turn. A lot of these interviews go from like hero to villain to fucking. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Is he in jail now?
He did go to jail. Got out. I don't know what. I have no clue what happened to him after.
Is it the Catholic Church?
Surprisingly, no. Non-denominational.
Uh, back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the Fully Grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 26th, 27th. And then Los Angeles, California. Stand up Denver, Colorado. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, and Houston. St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for these upcoming days. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of them. Get tickets now at TonyHitchcock.com. So when you relax, stretch, and stand up for the rest of the morning. Everyone, here we go. Here goes. Oh shit. Okay.
Sometimes tell people that I was never born. That I have been present through all of what has been and what will be.
I agree. See,
The
it's relevant to them.
before the
There's
earth
a
and
very high
stars, and I
likelihood
will
they
be
will
here
abuse your
on that
spirit.
day to be called human. I am ageless. We get old. Your mother.
Essentially, comma, if they're interested in organic, which Generally, they work hard because you attended a YouTube channel and their website, comma, and you send them an opportunity to join your newsletter on a different account, comma,
The most interesting thing about her. They accused me of leading the Pledge of Allegiance on the Capitol steps on January 6th. Were you there? I cannot confirm or deny.
Where are you my car? Do you know where you're gonna park your car? Where are you find a spot? Is being raised by a sweet Jewish single mom. I can't let you in your fucking car tonight. I get you a hotel for 3 nights here in Austin, all right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
November 18th, I'm doing the Celebrity Theater Phoenix, Arizona. November 18th. One of the biggest theaters in your hometown. Would you like to do a guest spot on that show?
I'm going on tour in October, Florida to do 6 days. You want to open for me?
First of all, what the fuck? I've seen all you do is out there. But in person, unfucking real. It's such a great show. It's hard. It's like you know it's really not scripted. When it feels like it because it gets so fucking out of hand at times. You're like, there's no way this wasn't rehearsed. See how you watch it unfold. Everything happens like that. Joyce the Mask, he is so sharp. He's so sharp. He's so good at being a host of shows. It's not only encouraged, is it expected that you help me sing the greatest song for the greatest country on earth. Don't let me down. I'm already too happy singing such an important song, so you're gonna have to help me out. Well, spoiler alert, the construction is not over. But and I know. But hey, look, we'll get through this. And it is kind of funny that they're talking. They're having kind of a podcast out there because they're talking about. We started to mention they're talking about people. I heard people maybe that's the thing. Dude, I love the construction work on my apartment. Dude, they're pretty good. None of them are complicated. Like the whole pressure bridge. That's just the best. Looks at it, you go, it's not good still, but the guys outside, they're doing construction on the stairs. Every time it's a fun death trap. When I show up my apartment, when I'm leaving my apartment, these fools want to fucking talk. And I don't know if that's being ridiculous and being upset about that, but it's like, dog, I don't want to talk. It's definitely not. Yeah, never. Like, not even like a little bit. Because like, if I were to freak out and then be like, I want to fucking talk. Like, why are you asking me what the fuck I'm doing right now? I'm the fuck nowhere now. Yeah, and then next time I see them, they're gonna like cheaply be like, oh, you know, and that's kind of weird. They don't understand like social media, but come on, it's like fucking construction workers in our apartment. It's very much like having a roommate almost because you can't walk out. You know that feeling when you walk in your kitchen and someone else is there and just like stab you right in the back. Get out. Okay, make my cheese. Yeah, that's great too. That's for you. Oh yeah. Well, we'll get into that later after you get Chester Steak. But dude, how funny would it be if I like see that my house like calling John, taking the money, say rent, or things that really piss you off. Like, I think you 6 years there. I gotta ask you, what are other? There's the last time I walked out, I had the headphones in, and I was walking around the corner. Yeah, I can hear talking at me. You know what I mean? The guy, right? But he won't let me fucking leave unless I respond. You know what I mean? He's like, keeps going. I pulled up my headphones. What's up? Yeah, nothing. I'm like, all right, what the fuck? Even when I give up like time of day, it doesn't know the thing. Fucking annoying. They're fucking. You can't let. That's why I always tell people like, when Manchester City is playing like Man United or Arsenal or whatever, I'm like, you can't. Arsenal. Arsenal, the team. What is the team? Arsenal. Arsenal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I got you. That was a big test. That's what I would say. We're Manchester United. Like, we win. And we play real good. And we are the best in the league. Anyways, but what if you saw them, they were all laughing in the corner, and you're trying to walk away, like, hey, they're like, what? And they go, look, and they're watching when you coming to see them. You turn around, like, you gotta see this, it's a martini. Or what's his name? Martini's like doing like rapper. Stand up. Like, as they're doing rapper on you. What do you do? So it is pretty. That sucks ass. I'm not taking anything away. You're right. This is actually, you know what? This is a big moment in the podcast. This is the first time I've heard, right? That's not true. Also, am I wrong? Construction workers need to have some sort of like what do they call it? Code of ethics. Like, don't talk all the time. Walk around all the time. They fucking can't call a chick. That's great. That's really hot chick. I mean, yeah, maybe I don't know if there should be a rule of silence, but not there should be a rule against like every second every time you're outside. But that would be funny if they had some sort of like ninja code of silence, like where like all like that would be fucking amazing, right? They start bowing every time we walk by the location. That's what I want, dude. That would be amazing. They're like build like the pyramid. It's some sort of insane work ethic that's all quick and perfect. I don't think the person that owns this building hires workers like that. Because you can't even the guy comes that like and just waterboard that shit going. No. Did they fix that? No. So it wasn't good. I saw that here last year. Yeah. And then saw the people know oh for sure we'll be there tomorrow. And it's kind of annoying, yeah. So definitely it's like a big problem. And I understand you would come tomorrow, but saying it like, oh, we'll be there tomorrow, like the whole day. Oh, I know. Yeah. And so, it's great. Oh, yeah, well, tomorrow. Yeah, and then, so he was like, we'll be there tomorrow. And then, yeah, at 10 a.m., right? So they come at 10 a.m. and it's 10:30. He says, job's done. I called him and I was like, are you like, they're all full of my fucking phone. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, job done. What do you mean job done? Like, you have a clock. Yeah, and it's like, we're going to be there in like 45 days. No. It's been 5 or 6 days now, right? So you'll have to take your 6 days. So you'll have to take and, nobody at all. That's the thing that I've been whining about here. The construction here in Los Angeles. There are excuses and absurdities from what they're willing to, or what they think is good work. I'm alright. I've probably told the story a few times, but when I lived in that house in West LA, and they came in to fix the sink. They knocked out the bottom of the sink, so it was completely open, and then they just left. So there's an open thing under the sink. So I didn't know that, but I'm standing in the kitchen, and I see this giant rat, walk through the opening that they left. It's one of my roommates. And like lives there. The rat like walks in slowly, looks at me like, hey, what's up, Jim? I head to my room. You know, like, oh, hey, good to see you, rat. Cool, we had to chase story, bro. Yeah, we had to chase this rat, like with a fucking can. And I called the landlord and I was like, there's just an open space, fucking kitchen. Like any animal can walk in. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. Yeah, me neither. Who are you hiring to do this work? It was like knocked out a hole in the wall. And then it's like, all right, we'll be back, or I think we're good. There's a hole in the wall. What the fuck? Are you even I know that's not like what you do. A hole, it had like a little like plastic sheeting thing over it. I'm like, bro, that's not a wall. You need a structure of some kind. There's like a hole, and now your back has almost exactly that. It's pipe dressed up. It's also in the worst place because like I'm vulnerable to shit. When I'm taking a shit, I have more. Because there's a fucking wall. Yeah, so like whatever goes, bug or nature or whatever the fuck, it's sort of like horrible plot that wants to take place in my restroom right now. It's not good for you. It's not like me being a slasher. It's like me getting fucked by a ghost. You know, or by some sort of different dimension. Like that's an opening, like a portal that is the third dimension for us. Like how I see space and time. That fucking hole in my bathroom is not existing. Spiders are probably like that shag thing. They see that one like that's not shag. Or whatever. It's just another black thing. I'm sure you really right? It's not shag. I take that back. So stupid. I think their shag's been on that. Maybe they made shag. I don't know. Like maybe like the commercial that they're starting. Yeah, let's give it up to the construction. You like look at the camera, dude. It's like or not. You look outside. It's like the hammer. They do like the tiny hammer. Like they do small, super small nails, so it takes longer. Just, also, the job is not look that complicated. Look like a great big job. You don't even think they're filling stairs. No, you're giving them the grid. Not they're putting wood underneath the top. You know, yeah, it's just like that once. And people online are like, oh, you get children. I really don't trust. I mean, the first person I don't know anything about that, but all the person they talk about. Yeah, that's true. We've all listened. If they would focus on what they keep on it, especially there. Yeah. Oh, they ran it like run this podcast. You go to that back here. Yeah, dude. I made a long reel yesterday. Took 6 months. Yeah, we forgot. Truly great work takes 6 months. No matter what. It could be a podcast, it could be stairs at an apartment complex, it could be a structure. Any of those things. It's like 6 to 7 months. Yeah, you got something to eat. For 2 weeks. I'm looking at Bad Akash. It's so sad that, we recorded one of the greatest episodes of all time. Part of it was talking about Bad Akash. And we're going to do it again. So I don't remember anything you said. Oh my god. That's the wrong picture. So, Bad Akash, I think too lazy at talking about this. Somebody had a video about Bad Akash. The internet filming stuff. But Akash is not doing well. He left the Lakers. We've noticed this. People have talked about it. I happened to stumble upon Clip online in a Hawaiian shirt. I'm not quite sure where he is. Could be in Hawaii, but some tropical destination. He's looking for more fellas. He's out there on the fellas tour. He just looks fucked up, man. He's like eating alcoholic fruit out of a bowl or something, maybe. Like some sort of drink fruit thing. He looks like he's drunk in San Jose Jack Johnson. I'm not talking about my wife, fucking San Jose Jack Johnson. You ever see me live? I'm gonna be in the orphanage. Oh, he's fat and he looks disheveled and hungover, and shirt's not fitting, shorts are big. It's not even that he's fat, really. It's just that he doesn't normally look like this. Like me and Jordan, we lose weight, we gain weight, we pretty much look the same. And This is Akash was like a skinny guy that usually clear-eyed, never funny, but at least clear-eyed, you know. But his eyes, what's wrong with this? It looks like he was stung by a bee. The bee had alcohol. Yeah. He doesn't look well. I'm worried about it. He gave, granted, the Player podcast is the worst piece of trash of all time, but he has no talent outside of that. He gave up this really successful podcast to do what? This. With the crowd work clips about how, like, brown parents are different than white parents. Of course, you need to bring that up. You have to do a premise like that. That looks like a good meme right there. Well, explaining to your wife why the kids have like injury. Or the way there was a house fire. Look, the flu. I forgot to shut. Okay. You know, like the thing where I don't really know what it was, but it has something to do with what's the fire thing? It's the thing where you put wood into in your house. Fire. There's like a flu where you shut it. Something. It's the Manchester United. The city, dude. How's that Manchester by the city? Oh, that's like Manchester United. I know. Dude, that was a big deal. Come on, man. I'm a Manchester City. I think it starts in oh, Manchester City. I need more soccer. That's so funny. But you know, that's like great. I'm hoping NBA expands. Team all big boy. I want big boy. Austin big boy. Big boy should be in soccer. Soccer. Sorry, you're right. Austin big boy. What do you think is going on? He's just like a drug bad alcoholic. But he sucks at it. I fucking hate alcohol. Yeah. I went to a death cafe this night. Also, just so you know, the fucking computer keep working out. No, I reset it the whole system, so yeah. What is the phone? I keep it taken. And the valves are a little flawed, but that's fine. But you're the guy, you're one of the best. Yeah, you know, I put it in your rib. Alright. So I went to the death cafe, at the Philosophical Society. Here in this place. Yeah, so you better watch out. I'm deep in your brain because I'm like, I'm ready for you. Oh, good. Thank God. Someone has to. Yeah. Let's go. So, die. So I went to that cafe, and it was very interesting. I've never heard of it. Where you sit around and talk about that. Wow. People like share what they have or your experience. There was a lady that was listen. It's the saddest story of all time. And that's what she was saying. Yeah, she didn't say what I said, but she said the saddest story of all time. Subject. And then you're allowed to have a discussion, ask questions, stuff. It's kind of like popcorn shit. And then so this one lady's like, "Can I ask you a question?" She's like, "Yeah, sure." The worst story you ever hear, right? And then it's like her son dying or being in the hospital and stuff like this. And the lady's like, "Have you ever thought about like going or like seeing your son in some sort of big reality or whatever?" And yeah, but I have kind of like in reality, I can just go and think that like have an imaginary son basically. And then the second one I started discussing, she goes, "I'm gonna stop you right there." Like, big reality. I'm gonna stop you right there. You totally like overpowered and you start like you talk on her and like that thing. And the other lady bows down and says, "Alright, you got your construction worker out on my part right now. I really don't want to talk to you." And other people really whatever kind of stop. She won't stop talking. She's going and going to the devil. Other people are like eventually like grabbing it. Like, you can't do it. like, and she's talking about like artists do it all the time. Like artists go to big towns, bring back their people, whatever, because they put in their work. And, like, that needs to be something. Like, I don't want to be thinking, I don't want to see what fucking it's not whatever however she was fucking. Yeah, I was fine. Was everybody disagreeing with the second lady? Or was anybody a couple of people were agreeing? This is what I'm talking about. Oh, wait. Was it Ecuador? Oh, yeah, I was the only Mexican person. So everyone was like, yes. Oh, and not a single black person. No. No, I think it was like, but they were more, they were more, heated. I have no idea. I didn't expect it, but what's it called? More soccer. Basketball. Okay. More white than black. Okay, that's the fucking. I get that. Okay. Yeah, but it was weird. Like, people. So, like, that lady was like singing shit out of the whole room. And then it keeps going around. And let's call it the Italian one that said they should live in a big deal. I'm gonna stop right there. She said that verbatim. I'm gonna stop. She spoke for like the discussion part for the next 5 months. I'm like number 7. And then eventually the moderator lady was like, hey, so we're not gonna do this every time. Wow, she said that about the lady? Yeah. Because about 3 people away from me, this lady was like, my mom and my mother-in-law and in their own life. Like that. Wow. Yeah. And then she goes on and on about the green thing story, whatever. And then like the lady fucking said something to her, and then eventually that girl was just like, yeah, what you're saying is fucking like, dude, it's like a sketch show, like you're arguing with that time. I mean, that would be a hilarious, but I wanted to think it's like every story, like, like it's crazy. But I'm curious now, the mother and the stepmother, that person that said that story, what did the Italian lady say to them? Did they also do a reality thing? I can't remember how it began. That wasn't really interesting what she said. But I can tell you like what happened during it is that she kept saying like whenever it's people do that, they're like think the life thing. She was saying the word and the lady was like, I'm gonna stop you right there. She didn't say that, but she should have. She was like, don't say it. Don't say it. Like bad reputation. People can get weird, to like die by as well. So you can't say that. I guess not. Whatever. I don't have any stories about that. Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't know. I wondered. It seems kind of random. It's just in the background. It's not random. People say that word all the time when got their own life. It's like it brings negative vibes or something. The vibes are off. Interesting. It's funny, like the one lady is acting all crazy, and she doesn't get talked to until the end, but the lady thinks, and they're like, whoa, 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 man, you killed the mom. Wow, I mean, what are we doing? No, that's the Italian people. So the other lady didn't even say that. No, she was hurt. Yeah. Wow. And I was like, dude, I was in the corner of the room, just fucking hopping off the floor. 3 hours worth of notice. I always have notes. I go to meetings, but it's just so I don't know what happened. I'm just like, if it goes wrong, I'm so high on the. You're at fancy. I'm on it. I'm like, what do you mean you're on the list? Guys sell notice. Okay, so I mean, if I would never do that, I think it would be fine to be there and like they tell a story and I'm like, I'd never watch Reddit shop, like just to fuck with them. But the other thing told me the time like in terms to speak, like it was her turn. Like when she was told to stop, she did kind of stop. But I kind of appreciate that. But when it was her turn to speak, she kept referencing her podcast. She kept being like, I got a podcast. And whatever it is she was talking about. And she was done. The moderator was like, well, what was your podcast? Like, bitches knows literally the name of the podcast was. And then she goes, but I haven't done it in years. And I started laughing so hard in my head. I was like, oh my god, I wish I would have like I have a podcast. Yeah, people look about it, but shot. It's about the right shot. You always have to reference it. Like you spread the road and think oh, and I love it. Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan. So Death Cafe is the idea that you talk about something to die? Uh, yeah, no, I told you what the idea was, but like conception of death. I want to talk about that. I know, like, what do you think happens when you die? It's about death. It's not about like people or whatever. You can talk about your own life, people that died. The reason I asked, I went at once, and I'm like an expert. Yeah, well, anyway, you're the only person I've never even heard. But you said at the beginning, but everybody you said a story just talking about something. Right. So what did you talk about? Oh, you just like my grandpa. Okay, so you also. So was it? Did everybody just talk about something that time? Oh, I thought about that. No. But those two people, yeah, it's hardcore. Also, both those people that I talked about died. It was a hardcore situation. You know, like son never left the hospital. My mom and my fucking mother-in-law. Yeah. Dude, when you said your thing that the woman on say that you should bring virtual reality. No, I was very concise. I did not want to talk. So I was just like, yeah. So my grandpa like I it was like smart, but when he spoke, he sounded fucking stupid, but like really smart. Hey, so she didn't say anything to you. No, exactly what grandpa. I say yes. How did you hear about it? That's cool. I kept saying that. That'd be funny. Thanks. See you next week. That's cool. That's the side outside. I don't. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. No, it's I heard a friend of mine told me. And what made you go? I mean, I just wanted to go. It's like interesting. The place that they have it, and what you said where they had it, where was it? The Philosophical Society. Oh, but I feel like I'm talking to my grandpa right now. Like oh, we're on a porch. We're on a porch. He's taking my phone. Oh, tell me everything you said. What did you say about me? Fucking liar. He thinks you said that shit. He's speaking. But no, I'm curious. It's like an interest, like it's so random. So people get together, they talk about that. Where would you? Is the Philosophical Society building? That cafe are from apart. A lot of it's from the building. So right. So they're different cafes all over the place. I really wouldn't want to part. Was it a cafe? That Philosophical Society. Like I don't know how to. I don't know what that means. It's just like a bar. Is there a building called Philosophical Society? Yeah. Okay, so that's where you did. Yeah. Do they have food and drink stuff? No. Man, that was confusing. So, well, like, because what I'm asking you is like to describe where you were. So, like, if in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I thought maybe it was like they, you know how A would obviously like A meaning go to random spots or cafes. So is it like that, or there's a building called the Philosophical Society. You go there into a room. They call it a death cafe. There's no food or drinks. You can talk about that. Right. It's more so the A. Okay, yeah. So to me, that's kind of fun. Death cafe is like AA, like so AA, alcoholics anonymous. It's death cafe. That's where cafe is. Yeah, it's just like death cafe. Cool. Yeah. So that means that like in the business, you might walk in and there's a bunch of people and they're just like talking about that, kind of like AA. I've always thought that's funny. Like AA, you sort of hear where you're like, oh, hey, so but it would be much weirder if someone's just like in a group and they're having so like it's almost like there's work, but they're just talking about that. Good. Well, I've never heard. Yeah. The person who suggested it to you, I don't know. Interesting podcast. All right. Yeah, I mean, the opposite. What? I just thought it was funny. Yeah, I mean that is crazy. The lady that's like, no, 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 virtual reality, like she's selling something. She's like, maybe she just goes to FMD. She has some sort of product that like her. Maybe she's like a guru of psychology. It's just that man, very French. Like you're like certain level and she was saying, no, no, no. We're talking. Uh, I wonder if it would be funnier if that was her first time. Like she would never been in before. But I think it might have been. That's really, so she's just a crazy bitch. Let me stop you right there. It's a really funny thing. It just said that you're like, so big love guy. And she was like, I want to kind of like, she goes, let me stop you right there. Well, here's my devil's assistant. There's a part of me that understands. I think what she's trying to do. Because like, all right, I didn't hear the story, but is the woman is saying that she had like a baby and it died at birth, right? Okay. So, and then the other person makes a suggestion to Chandler. He goes like, well, have you ever thought about like maybe you can see them in a different reality or like envision them as an adult or whatever kind of thing, which I sort of understand because sometimes people have this like I've read short stories like they have to happen to them and then they like think about the child in a better place or so I get that. And then when the lady goes, well, I have to live the reality, to me that's a little bit of a weird response, but I understand kind of like, but virtual reality, how this really happened to me. And then you kind of angry. But the second woman is not saying that to be like, you did it, so what? You fucking died, bitch. Like, just make it up. There's another person. So, but then when you go, let me stop you right there. I think what she's doing is being like, no, 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 I'm trying to tell you, like, how to, be happy or like way of like, vision is different. But it's so crazy to say it. So I get both. Let me stop you right there. Like, we're going on about it. Like, let me stop you right there. I'm too big. That's way more. And I'm like, let me stop you right there. You know what you're talking about. Like, that's the internet. Yeah. This is not an episode of Friends where it's like, let me stop you right there. You have no idea what you're doing right now. There's no like, it's just like a weird. I watch yeah, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, because you're saying that, and it just shows a lack of like social unity. Yeah, social like yeah. You're referencing like her book and the old song. Like that's what you want. You right now, you want to let me stop you right there when it comes to the first time. And then it sounds like an uproar. Everyone heard her saying that. And everyone in the room like, and you just girl like, she's like staring off into space like while everyone's fighting. She's like, all right. How many people agree? Nobody. I'm not a single person. There's one person. I wonder what. And it was funny. One person did, and I saw her, and I was like, in my head, when I saw it, it's not like I have my own perspective of the whole situation. Like, Gracie's down with me, and I'm living down for her, and I saw that girl like that. I was like, in my head when I saw that, I was like, why are you doing this? Yeah, and then more people spoke out. So I was talking about it. And then I looked at her, I clapped, and I look at her, and I go like, clap still, or she's got like tons of imaginary friends. She's Dexter, she kills people, and she like thinks about that. That's funny because she did actually work medical examiner. Well, of course, that's like those are the main people that go to. I was trying to tell my girlfriend that like fucking people that kill each other, the serial killers. Like, oh wow, she was kind of like, no, I'm like, how am I wrong? Tell me wrong. Let me stop right. You you're trying to get her killed. That would be funny. You go to the six for a murderer. You try and like suss them out with your stories. You're like, yeah, so death is crazy. Yeah. Have you guys ever? Has anyone here ever also thought about like being a real specific? There's this ad for like I just really want to meet the person. Like I want to turn. I'm like, I'm interested. I think they're kind of like God. Maybe like a dog is telling them what to do. Great tape. Bad and birds. I wouldn't be good at getting like figuring out what they're waiting for the bird. Like stuff right there. Oh yeah, that perfect. See, that's what you do. You say something about murder that's obviously false, so you get them out there like, what? No, you have to use a knife. Got it. Good. Yeah, all right, wrap it up. We're good. We're good here. It's Tim. He's the one that's birds. Oh man. What did you want to talk about here? I kind of wanted to look up and see if there's something I could see to keep it worse since I'm screwed. I want to see what's hot off the presses. Got here, you said as you're still posting those, I did do that. And I was like, you think I fucking know that? I thought you would. You drive around all day listening to all these stupid ass podcasts. I can fucking do your job. These stupid dumbass things. No, I mean, what I was thinking about with this, why I looked it up, is I was thinking two comedians, straight comedians, married, right? And if they get divorced and they have kids, who gets custody of the kids? And if it's the woman, or sorry, if it's the man, what does that say about their kid? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's yeah. I mean, Akash just needed man. They got divorced. We need to send the kids to a different country. Well, certainly Akash doesn't need shit. He would definitely not, because you just look at that video, the latest video of Akash, that just looks like something ineffectively racial. He's got like a bowl of fruit. One of these days, construction on our podcast. We're not. Yeah, that was the rumor. I was like, it was funny the first time. Now it's getting just horrible. But maybe it actually might be funny. Kind of funny right now. We've heard rumor that they don't do this on Monday, so I do this the whole time. But you have to go to the hospital twice, 2 Mondays in a row. Yeah, I had to get my sleep. I mean, I told you I was going to make a song for when you go to the hospital, so I could like do a song for this podcast. This construction behind me. And I didn't expect you to go to the hospital since I said that. Since I texted you that, remember I texted you the song. Oh no, I don't. I texted you saying that I was going to make a song for the podcast. Change the intro song every time you go to the hospital or you go to the doctor. Yeah. And I'll choose a song for that. That's a great idea. Right. Since that happened, you've gone to the hospital 4 times. I've lost count. It could be 6. Yeah. It could, honestly, it could be every fucking week. I got my spleen removed, goddamn dicks down here, my neck, we had the rest of the thing, and I hurt my neck, and then I hurt my hamstring, the race, right. And I also got lip injections around it. I can go get my lip fixed, TRT. I'm always, okay, I'm on a lot of, yeah, so I go to Kaiser and are these peptides safe? They say no. I want to talk to the manager. And then while they're going to take the day, I've never really been a peptide guy, so I don't know the facts of peptide. Yeah. That's a I like that you said the gosh stuff. When comedians divorce, who gets kids? Because here's what I'm thinking: woman or man. The woman normally gets children, unless she's like really horrible. But do you think if a woman doesn't get the children, does that mean that she's like very funny because she's doing crazy shit, or she's just like, could there be a scenario maybe on like how Kristen is not very funny, where she doesn't get the kids because the judge watches both their stand up. He's like, well, that's like very funny, so I'm gonna give it to Tom. I'm not gonna lie, when you ask questions sometimes, it's fucking draining, dude. Like, I know that I'm gonna have to respond to what you're saying, but then you keep pausing. You like, look at it. And then I'm like waiting. I'm not. There's no question mark yet, and you're still finishing the statement. Yeah, it's got somewhat of a question, and you keep going and going and going until I'm like waiting. You somehow, in the middle of that question, change the question at the very end. All right, here's another question. One more question. You told me that if you were your wife or you have to watch your own podcast and work together. Yeah, they would. I mean, how much of your part of the show? Oh man, girl. So like the girl has a podcast and I have a podcast. He has a podcast. You're fully aware that you're a Christian. You have a podcast, right? Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, so she'll hear about it. And then they watch it based on that. Yeah, I like that. Same thing with the guy like huge magazine chat. Oh yeah, it's something. I think I'm having a podcast with his girlfriend. Oh no, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. If that happens, if they get divorced, they gotta show the foosball. She has a foosball podcast. Remember? We watched it. Yeah. It's like her with Canadian like football. I mean, that would be so funny to get to watch like other people's podcasts because you were a guest on there and like there's some sort of evidence like this is what they're saying to the public, you know. That's probably already happened. Really, because so many people have podcasts that probably ignore people like, well, here's what they said on a podcast. Now, do you trust them now? Which I think is acted in real life, but very funny idea. Yeah. It's like what you're gonna judge people based off of a podcast they do. Do you think that what me and Gerardo would say on 10 minutes of shop is what we actually think? It is. 100%. I love it. Yeah, I mean, that is so funny. My wife's trying to talk to me on my podcast before, and I'm like, it's only 10 minutes. I'm trying to jump. You argue. It's 10 minutes long. What could we possibly do? Like, judges, like, at some point you have to stop the bit. What bit? For Nikki, and then the lawyer's like, up to, you know, was like 100 and 200 and something on the shop. The reference episode 203, where there is construction happening in the background, and then they play the episode. Talking all this. Oh man, but that proves that my client is gay as shit. I think they should have the podcast going in the divorce hearing or whatever, and then I guess the judge decide what's happening. What does this say? I can't actually answer. Yeah, it's gonna be court decide. Yeah, okay. I think usually the woman gets your question to become more pregnant. Why you say that? What is it? My next question was going to be, what's more annoying? What's more annoying? My questions or instruction? There's some days where I wake up later than you, and you ask me questions, and I'm like, bro, let it stop. Let it stop. I fully understand where you're heading here. The podcast, you know, what's funny is that is the first thing I asked when I got here was, has there been any news on the Christina Pinsky comes to her divorce? That was a question. The first thing you asked me was, and she posted it to the court. Yeah, I was like, which I blame the team for you not knowing. Because the team should have let you know. And I could have sworn she posted. I am actually curious to hear what she has to say about this. Because I'd always just kind of assume she's not funny. But I've seen some of her big funny. Wow. So, what was that? Yes, Public digital media, including podcasts, recording, or public audio statements made by a spouse, can be requested, subpoenaed, or used as evidence during discovery if it contains sufficient relevant facts while the counsel forces. Oh, what I say? You said subpoena. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to divorce discovery. Another question. What I say? I can take most top 10 most disturbing questions when it's asked. I always go. Where what is the podcast? Number one, long question. The never ending question. That'd be my Mr. Beast video. That question is people are taking notes, trying to figure out how to answer it. You start. Like timers move forward in front. It's kind of it's like a math equation. Yeah. Like your Einstein before you start writing. Let me ask you a question. So when you go to the doctor, you know how the doctors are. They come out like, hey, like what? Are you like scared of or are you more like well the doctor that but the doctor's also blind. Also an Asian. Oh shit, my screen is hold on, oh there's a question from you. Yes. What was it? I was doing that wrong. Question there, sorry. No, okay, well I'll answer that question. I have more like chili on, I don't care. Talking to blind or Asian. More like looks like it's not that hard to answer questions, you dumbass. But yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I'm gonna get to Manchester United to keep my friendship with my friends back home. Have they bought jerseys? No, I'm going to. They say, are we going down to watch the games? Not yet. Should I be able to? Are you gonna I don't know. Maybe. How do I have to go? Just go to like downtown Best. It's like dumpsters and shit. They're like, what is it next week? What do you like? Manchester City. You're just the whole like in the wrong city. I'm gonna get arrested. What are you getting arrested for? Being a bad tea. Looking at Sonny Horn scored a hot trick today. Yeah, Brody good. Okay. I'm gonna hit the loo. Yeah, let's just start using British slang. Yeah. I'm gonna use. I'm gonna hit the loo. I'll leave it out. Oh, let's live. Got loo issues. Yeah. What do they call trash cans? A running man or something? I don't know. Running. But yeah, we have English. Where's this? Look, it's crossover. Let's see if you're a Manchester United or if you're a Manchester City fan. Sound off in the comments. Do you think this are you gonna do Manchester City? I'm always wearing my tag. Wait, when are we gonna find out? October or October. That's one too. But that was a quick question. When are we gonna find out? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, October. What is it? Because he turns 18 in October. With the soccer. You don't know when. I think it's August. Like August 1st. Oh, so how come he has to wait because he turned 18? Yeah. Some weird law where you're not allowed to go to Europe until you're 18. Because he doesn't have citizenship. Oh, okay. Yeah. So until then, he's probably doing construction somewhere. Yeah. Until then, he's probably breaking down for. Yeah. Good. But I caution just like don't have any kids. They don't. There's really no. They can't if they can. It's a hypothetical within a hypothetical. We really have to. Thank God they don't. Yeah. I kind of want them to. Yeah. Imagine it's really bad. It gets better and better and better. And then you get the kid that's bad, very bad. You know. So it's just a big fat family. That could be pretty cool. Gators are roasting the kids for being fat. Gosh, a gosh looking plan is him, bro. he might be eating too many of them samosas. He's like, give me samosa. I was thinking yesterday about Genghis Khan. I was playing Civilization 7 and playing Genghis Khan. And, and like, I was thinking, like, what drove me sometimes? You know, you get Mahaprabhu for like his whole life. Foundation. How old was he? No, I was thinking, no, I mean, I'm 25 kids, I'll show 20. Goddamn bitch. I was thinking about like a first date like that went wrong. Oh, and then he was like, I'm gonna own the world now. Definitely like a woman. Sorry. Oh, guess what? I'm gonna go fuck everyone up. Maybe. What else? What else could have done? Construction outside of the apartment. Yeah, construction outside of this fucking yeah. Guys that every time they came outside, guys were like, "Hey, what's the weather?" When I had a chick, like, "Hey, whoa, look at that!" And he sounds like that's it. I'm conquering the world. And he was 65 years old. 1162 as well. He was born. I mean, yeah, Genghis Khan is fascinating. I don't know what if you came up with first thing. What how did it go in your mind? In my mind, it's like side. Genghis Khan. I'm gonna make a Mexican voice. I'm sure. Thank you for coming here. Okay, I'm just kidding. Role playing. Oh, you know what's funny is that I always riding my horse today. I thought about it at sunset. Like the sun was beautiful, but it was and the girls just like, why would you tell me? I don't give a fuck about it. Wow. He's like, oh, I'm going to conquer the world. Can I ask you a question? Did that ever happen to you? No, just say drive around the sunset. No. I'm gonna, yeah. I mean, I thought it would be funny, but it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that make me super angry. I guess construction is a pretty good, like, if I had a hole in my bathroom or something, they did a really bad job. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna conquer all of the world. Or, oh, okay, how about this? I call Zip to get a doctor's appointment and they don't have it for months or whatever. Maybe that would be something I can contact. What if Charlie Kirk was like, yo, I'm gonna kill the whole fun? Yeah, then whatever version of Charlie Kirk was back then, some guy we don't know about, he got killed. So he was like a guy, he was giving a political speech back at that time, right? What would they have been like on the roads? What if you not kill each other? Like, so he killed the Charlie Kirk of his time so that he would have an excuse to conquer the world. And everyone's like, why are you doing this? And he's like, well, we'll call it, what would be like a Genghis Khan type name for Charlie Kirk? Charles, Charles Khan, Charles Khan. He's related to him. So he's like, well, Charles Khan was murdered. So Charles Kern was murdered. So I'm avenging his death. Yeah. And that means that I need to have sex with a lot of chicks. Like I never want to. I can tell you how many times I've been having sex and thought about Genghis Khan. That's weird. That's no, I'm like in the middle of it. I'm like, dude, I don't feel like you. I don't want to feel like Genghis Khan. Need like fuck. It's like he's working on his complex. So he's just like fucking all day. All day. Yeah, really soft. Just soft as fuck. And it's like, all right, probably kill them people. Just throw them out. You know, it's funny about that. I was just thinking they invented so many things. Genghis Khan, it's like warriors, like they had invented passport, and all these crazy things with the wallet, all this. I think it's funny that they never invented a condom. I wonder if he like somebody came like, hey, we get a condom, but just kills them. It's like it's like something. It's like Magic Mike going to the shop. Like, hey, we can create a whole Magic Mike job. Like, here's red tire truck. You know, whatever. And for them, it's like the gig is condom. Yeah. No, Nick, Doug Hal, you have a lot of merch. Good. Oh, hell yeah. The most merch. Something to say. This podcast was sick. I wish they could. Yeah, that would be if you could go back in time and make people podcast. Yeah. Thomas Jefferson has a podcast. Like, hey, bro, so we just like fucking took over another store and we're live direct from it. And it's gone. Welcome to Comcast. The Comcast. The stuff that you hear every podcast would be like trigger warning for people because of everything from the past would be so racist. Genghis Khan was laughing about like murdering people and you know what else. In my opinion, I think like you get a beanie. You have a beanie and you have a hat on. Yeah, I just picture Tim Pool as Genghis Khan. You know, yeah, interviewing Alex Jones about Joe Rogan. For sure. I get yeah, they put what if you could bring Genghis Khan back through time, you put him on the Joe Rogan podcast, but he's just Genghis Khan. So as soon as you put him in there, Joe Rogan's like, wow, dude, the great powerful Genghis Khan, I can't believe you're on the podcast. So great to have you. Then Genghis Khan just disappeared. Just every podcast he's on, he's just he's so scared. He's like breaking things and like setting the thing on fire. Then he reconquered the world somehow. He just keeps dying. Oh man, he is not going to Joe Rogan. He's 5'6" to 5'8". Oh what? Man, was he that tall? That's not crazy. James Conn, that kind of sort of like a stature. However, he was the women I heard during this time were also like kind of warriors too. Like they could string a bow, they could like ride a horse real quick. So like the Mongol women could protect the ear and like their homestead or whatever it is too. So they were just like Joanna, you know, very capable women, posting all the time. Yeah, they could do just what men did. I wonder what history was like. You know what I mean? With Mongol warriors. You know, you bring them, you bring all these people in the future and give them Instagram so you can see what Mongols post like. They all end up on situation. You're like, oh, she have a fast. Or the women have OF. Yeah, he gets on wife doesn't OF. Definitely not. Well, she hit 100 per good. So at least one. Statistically speaking, on the scientific, that's the amount of problems you like you have to pay. That's why he was gone so much. He conquered the world because he just didn't want to come home, have to answer for not taking out the trash or whatever. So being an absent father to his thousands of children, he was the entertainer this time. Yeah. Like that. Probably, honestly. He goes on Andrew Tate's podcast and just oh, we need to the only podcast he doesn't kill him. Oh, and he's doing the birdcast. They're drinking and he throws up and they throw up and they're having a good time. Then Christina Fitness, he comes in. Sounds like hell yeah. Oh god. I want to be the guys that bring. We should be the guys that bring Genghis Khan back and he kills. That would be kind of funny. We can play for Philadelphia. The Jurassic Park. Now people want to bring back the dinosaurs. We should bring back like Mao Zedong, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler. Just have them all in like a style park. You can see them. Or put them all on Mars and see that world. Yeah, because they can't really harm anyone there, I suppose. It would be funny just to have Hitler in a zoo and you can kind of throw stuff at him, or like, because he'd be so disoriented. Oh, he's like, That's like that game. Stop sewing, she won't be able to eat me. Hitler's thirsty. And like he's like very thirsty going in the water. There's like a Hitler thirsty tower where he's just swimming hot towel. Everybody gets to see him tapping like drink water. Like, look, it's Hitler's thirsty. He doesn't have anything. So my point is like, what's he saying? They're saying he wants water. He's just not ready. He's not good. What? No, you never let Hitler drink. That's the thing. And like we keep responding Hitler to just do different things like that. Like it's like this is the Hitler that's thirsty. This is the Hitler that's hungry. Yeah. We make like super paranoid. Like we're like we like this the Hitler when we just have random voices come that only he can hear. But like hey Hitler. You know what's watching you with it driven. I should watch Tigers that much. And he's the other one like, what's funny, man? There's someone behind you. He's like he's up here. He won't come out. But again, different ways of torturing him. It's another way to torture him. Shock Hitler. You just kind of stab him with them. How big is our big foot? Yeah, that's what you know he's for sure, yeah, probably was. But then again, with ancient societies, you never really know. Former like Greeks, I think they had were pretty okay with that. No historical evidence that Genghis Khan was homosexual. He had multiple wives, part of the West, for the more historical attributed to Greek, actually. So yeah, so he's very cool. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, is he homophobic? It was just same-sex sexual act. Oh, I didn't see it definitely. Yeah. Yeah, it's about as homophobic as you can. Yeah. So we got into the corner of the chicken foot by dudes. Joseph Stalin starved out. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm still thinking about like things you can do that are kind of ridiculous to him. Like just I don't. This is so ridiculous. I don't even want to say that one. But just putting a random person in there with him that makes no sense. Like I don't even know who Trisha Paytas is, but I saw something online about her. Just put her in there with Hitler and have him react. Which that's not good. But no, I think she'll have to. That would be so fucked up. You're one of the people that watch. You're a caretaker. Your job is to watch over Hitler, and like one of the people that works there gets pregnant. Like, well, not him. You would be worried for a second. Anyone that worked there that gets pregnant, you'd be a little worried that they had sex with or Genghis Khan or Stalin. But I think that Hitler and Stalin would be a lot worse than Genghis Khan. At least Genghis Khan would be like, look, I was old shit. I had no idea if it was immoral. I would just fucking look, someone broke up with me for a date. But like Hitler and Stalin, they're pretty bad guys. Oh, we do have some voicemails, so it's kind of going to get work. I listened to one of them. I like that. Bravo, definitely Connecticut. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Never heard of it. Thank you for calling. 725-557-8667. Guys from Massachusetts. Yeah, I think I might have been that guy, Mark, right? Okay. She called us from TMs. Yeah, yeah, go to the TMs. Let us know how it is. We also have Patreon, early access to Tim's shop, or other podcasts. That's all I got. You guys gotta give it up to us. Hell yeah. Pretty good. Hell yeah. They heard us at some point they started the church. Like right when we started the podcast. Like what we think the same time we started the podcast. Let's use the laziness they have. Yeah. Alright. Bye Vader. Shop. Memorial Day, happy Memorial Day to all the homeless cats and everybody out there for all the clientele in the restaurant. People with hungry tonight. Thank you, Patrick. Successful day. All the accounts on Reddit. Got your face. Yeah, the mods. Shout out to the mods. Do you know anything coming up? But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Sam at the shop. Start the timer. Let it clip. So the mod heroes are Mongo, Boy, Christmas, GMA, F, Nodes, Thurman, Berman, 5-0, the heroes, heroes. You know, some of them, it's far more for veterans. Yeah, dude. I need a fucking tater tot. What's a Thanks. Alright, let's see what we got here. First post of today is from People with Appearance. Water weed. Wow, that looks almost like this Ireland. Yeah. Here's something called your hair shop. I don't know. Is there a flag up on top? I don't know what flag that is. Definitely in English because this is a good shot. Shot, excellent. Also do here. Shout out to People's Ramirez. This next one we got is hosted by you. Slowly in the kitchen, so here's a classic best barbecue in Americans. But in regards to quality by new Galvin, in regards to the food in Denver, listen, man, no one tell me I tried to do it. I tried to do it. It's very so funny. It's so good. I tried to do it. One time the best bar in Denver, Colorado. It's nice. The audience, not the same vibe. The audience with it's literally the fish you make with Indian fried steaks. I'm blowing your mind right now. Yep. Salad. I've been everywhere. City, Cody, you eat something, big whale is like, really bad. Up there for other farmers. You're not bad. Brother, farming, brother, you know what I'm about? I'm not associated with this, like, people here. There's something about there's a human connection. It's brothers. traveled around America, all the best lunch spots, and that's funny. I don't remember this. That's what Shabby's always criticized for it too. Signs of what British people think are. I don't like it. Oh, so why would I have a British accent come here? So disrespectful. They're all good points made by another guy. I mean, he's right. Brendanshaw's wrong. And I think Brendanshaw realized I forgot. You know, it's Memorial Day's going to remind me something. That's what all these chips. Yes. All these clips with famous. Someone said posted. This is posted by 911 slasher action. Who's with Shooter Cooks. I mean, it's funny, like, like, the first movie is just like, that's what I think. But the first you know, I mean, there was one time my ex was, she had been back 1,000 times in the comedy store, so she's outside smoking with her friend. I come on set, I turn around the corner, and he's spraying all over my ass. I was like, doesn't have a great reputation in terms of issues with somebody from unless you want to accept me the straw. I know. I'd say something like that. Like I said, I wanted to use shit. Shit application. Just like a straightforward to me. It's bad. It's a bad day. Yeah, no, well said. These things, shout out to Roski. Okay. Every time somebody gets Roski, they're always yes, yeah. Talks about the bad giant. Everybody. You know, we got the first one, which is not yet posted this one. Chin, am I hard on you? Well, to dispose of that, interesting. What's happening? Shows nobody's hard on Chin, but he put J in there. Why would I snap Cal's hat off, man? I love when I would snap his head off. Am I hard on you, Chin? No, I will snap this fucking head. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? What would my head? That would make sense. What? Would be hard on each other? No. Yeah, you for yours says, let's get 18 when you have kids. I'm 24. That's what doing. Throw me away. Don't run away. And eventually see the video. It's just me and Brendan and then Brian. Me and Brian is ready to sleep. And I'm so stubborn. I'm so stubborn. So he got his like they were on the floor. So you go just tap away. It was already portions. I said what happened and you said Brendan and Brian. By the way, I don't get it. Like at our age and older, I don't shit. When I was recording with Tom and John, Jack thing, JT started doing that with the producer of the show at the end. They were wrestling. I was like, I would never. I'm gonna break something new, just two, and then that's what happened. Brennan can't even run. Brennan can't break running against the belt. They gotta be careful. They work in a storage, you can easily yeah. What is what chick like storage? It's so funny. If she was alive, died. She was married, he died, and his wife got life insurance because he got choked out by Sean. Alright, this next one's posted by Rapid 023. It's called Slow Joe thinks Bob on what's truly important after 14 years to be the biggest fraud. Kids are wrong with anniversary. We're loving it. People married is so weird. You know why? But a lifetime ago, thank you for making sure I have this rock. So, man, that didn't know it. Because they're, oh, there. Yeah, well, she wants to know that there's a reason for why they're together. The reason is because he's been on a relationship. Once again, I want that, Mr. Whole Food. Jungle actually got like this is supposed to be a kind experience 193. Whoa, it's copyright for the speech, right? Post generator podcast. To choose that of all things, he's just licensing out his admission to anyone. Learn Spanish with Brendan Shaw. Great guy, never met him. I guess it's better. This is better than what I was before, I guess. So my series, it's still like so haphazard to me. I'm now noticing the rack cigarette. That's interesting. Have we seen that before? I actually typed it. You sent me that. That is a weird thing. If they don't, or maybe they don't. But what I'm noticing in the back is a little sloppy. Is low. Is in front of a random. What are those things called? Funko Pop. And something is my phone. This is so fun. I'm laughing at myself now. God. Alright, well, I'm ready. Remember my Funko Pop theory? What's cool? I was in school me on that. My Funko Pop theory is that on YouTube, you see something more Funko Pop level of depression. Sure. Okay. No. Oh, wow. It's important if people are actually on board. I can see it for him, but some people just not Funko Pops. Like, they're nesting Funko Pops everywhere. Like, you don't understand. Bobby, please hold the words. Bobby, I'm like, driving my son to baseball practice. He's on my series. It's gone wild. I love Gordon. He's a great mind when it comes to jiu-jitsu. Brian Shaw, Frank Grill, love Frank. I don't know Brian at all. I know Calvin's close to him. I'm a giant. I'm a fan of him as a kid. Okay. So we have Brian Shaw in the house. And I'm the world's strongest man in the house. He has a memory of the marketing back to the post by all that experience. Very low content. Those my chin, but word of advice to create ginger blaze flip off of with that package chick things. Wow, that's pretty thing right there. Right. This was supposed to be not off and past on Felix eloquent white. I have a suspicion that not yet is every video we see all telltale signs of a unique. What's funny about that is maybe you're right. It is one of the neatest things you can possibly say to someone that they think they're unique. And that's just fucking that's a diabolical mistake. That's the so I'm great at night. Not emotionally destroyed. What's your point of view? You know, podcast, you should be advice right now. What else is going to talk about? You know, what else can you do? Brand is also been 3 years, so you gotta move on. But tacos. I do a lot of editing, but always yeah. No, you know what? I talk shit. That's what I like. You know, like I get someone calling someone back, like or something. I was reading that talking. I did not. I didn't do it. People, it's like this is my life. I was like, I talk shit. I'll talk shit. Like, this just stress me out. I think about it. Like, I'll talk shit. People are always. Shit. No, I was like, hey, what the fuck, man? That's social media. This is it. We're getting out talk shit. I like that. Are you trying to out talk shit? You wish you could talk like me. Yeah, I do. Shit. Sorry about that. But then I'll post things to my story after, you know, to a brand. I'm like, oh, no, this is just like, right? Like, when you buy out of context, you know, like, raging out. I'm like, no, there's a smile. No, and I know what you're saying. You know what it's on for. I don't even tell my face. Oh, I have to do it. But what, you know, like, oh, no. It's never my secret colors. I don't have a door. Sorry, I'm super slow. Like a wicked. All the good points. Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah. Oh, next. No, you don't always just like my special. Just because something confused doesn't mean it is the best. So it's like, you know, it's like my special. I get that 3 million views. It ain't 3 million special. You know what I'm saying? Damn it, Brett. It's only 22 minutes long, you know? That's why you get yeah. But I can love it. It's 3 million views. What's up? Yeah, I know. You're in the comments, you know? So for Jake Paul, it's like, oh, 3 million views gets my text. It's like, no, it's really good. Have you read the comments? You know? That makes sense. That's actually really good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, not a bit of that's like crop out the uglies, reset. Good thoughts. I just that still made it like that. There's always something new. I see that. And I like that he's, you know, being somewhat self-aware, but it's funny. In the self-awareness, there's a lack of self-awareness. It's not. Let's just take the so let's check out 100% ass. How can possibly that's the last hour folks. I said that while we were props that are laughing. I'm not saying a game, but on the fly with your preparation. We're gonna chop sucks at comedy and love facts. What it's really bad, really bad. Just reiterating, this guy mentioned, really putting words where how much thought this out. This makes me miserable. For the book, say it. Bro, this thing rating is ridiculous book. It's not that. So, yeah, you can use that. Anyways, hey Bubba, just a quick check. So back to Reddit. Something got a document post. Brenda sold Johanna's G-Wagon, some Saudi profit. Something asking Peggy to buy something. I remember talking about wanting to drop him off at lighting. Yeah. So it's your first question, girls. Does Joe like to change out cars often as yourself? No. No, she's the exact opposite. So there's nothing she loves more than a G-Wagon. It's her absolute favorite car. And during the pandemic, there was this scarcity and issue with, just creating G-Wagons. So the price of the fucking Greg at the time who passed away, he was my ride or die car guy. He called me and I think I paid like, I want to say like 120 for her G-Wagon. It was a G63 AMG G-Wagon. You know, sounds big. Come on, where's my G-Wagon? Oh, that fucking car, man. She had one before that. She just loves G-Wagons any year, whatever it is. That's her shit. She loves them. So Greg calls me and says, hey man, they're having a production issue with the G-Wagon. They're not coming to States. The prices are double right now. I said, how much do you know? He goes, I don't know. As soon as the factory gets ramped back up, the prices will sell down. Dude, we probably get double. I said, put some feelers out. Boom. We got some Saudi dude offers like 190. I paid 120. We sold that shit fast. The next day, that engine's on it. Over to fucking Saudi Arabia. I kind of regret doing that, especially at the time, she loves you, like, so eventually he's like, I regret doing that. Oh, my God. Because, so you rip someone off, gotta get her one of those. Again, she doesn't care if it's 15, 13, 16, 17, brand new. She does not care. She loves G-Wagons. I wish I bought a G-Wagon. I don't fit in them, Greg. They're not the most comfortable ride. Especially the inside, like the chaps, tight for my pants. She fucking adores it. Like, that's her shit. As far as, I built up my excursion so that the kids would do stuff about that. That lightning out so that kids would get stuff about that. The lightning and the excursion are the two ones that they were mad. I'm mad at the excursion, dude. I can't believe you took it once. You had such a clean eyes. Look at me. I can find another. I just tell my kids don't wear it. Should be 47 now. You don't live in. Real fan. Yeah, well, if you were a real fan, that's the line of question people. Okay. What? Sorry, blue shark creek. But that question, that would be creepy just again, no matter what street. Maybe that person. Oh yeah. I know that you're going to people but what's on like brand, what branding color am I? I could do a lot of things. On Patreon. On Patreon. Patreon review. Patreon. Yeah. Alright, let's see. So that is supposed to not get stuff down this timeline. Close by not in hot chin, drops a pop of me, and to discuss how podcasting doesn't get car. So then, next Wednesday, did you learn using it or payments or payments? Paid a lot. I did a 48-month payment. Was good. Okay. Yeah. Nice. People advised to not go above 60. Use financial gurus. Try to give you. God. I used to what? He sent me to like automatically, and I'm like, no, I'm just gonna do that, and I'm even planning on paying it off sooner than that. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, yeah. I have a vehicle. Mine is like got 140,000 miles. This cost me $100 to fill it out. I do that roughly once a week, and I was saving the gas car with Tesla back and forth to Belfast. It's great, no gas. Even if I charge it like $8, it's like 99 different. Obviously, you pay yourself, right? Yeah, exactly. And then what the fuck's the hell? I was like, this one says something needs place. Oh yeah, it's like a whole vibe with it. Now he's gonna be so like aware of it, so hot. So shit. Sure, I think. I've been toying like, do I pay my car down? I only have a little bit left on the loan payment. Pay it down, get rid of it, upgrade to a Tesla or something. But I'm like doing the whole thing of like analyzing all these different car prices, like how much it would it be to own a gas car versus electric. Everything, any electric option is like might as well have Tesla because it's like you have access to the superchargers or whatever. It just doing the whole car thing sucks. It's just so funny how different we do things. I got pissed off and I bought a car online that will be delivered within an hour. And you are looking up now. Have you thought about just riding your car out for a while? Yes. Well, the difference is I actually owe more than it probably that I would get for it. What's that called? Underwater. You're like, it reminds me. What I'm thinking about during this is like involved with like these four guys that make FNK and all that other shit they did. What were they doing? I don't know. Because they still left everything in there bad. What was their job? We should get more hits. We can get them. And somehow it's not sure it works. Yeah, they're so bad. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, water. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So I still owe like a decent amount on the car, and I've already traded in to give me like only a couple thousand for it. You know, so it's like I'm still paying. I'm gonna try to just pay it down as fast as possible. Is it the one like I've been in stuff? Yeah. I have a silver like 2014. It's great. But have you? How long have you? I've had it for about. I got it. I think in 2020, so I think maybe 6 years. Hot chicken is like. I know you suck ass. I don't shit at first. Early onset car guys. Yeah. Next thing you watch a chick buy a truck. Try to watch the truck get inside. Imagine buying a truck. Hey, I mean, remember I told the story about how I bought the car. I did one episode on that, and I never wanted to. It's really nice. Stuff you can do that. This was posted by Sick Cards, bro. It's called Tommy Looking Out for Us Homeless Ones. 5-year-old dressed up as superheroes to help homeless cats. It was my MTV. I thought I ever had a shorter lived hobby 24 hours of archery last year. Yeah, man. That was good. That was a good one. Archery was fun. Archery. some sponsored merch. We gotta I'm least finding that right. This is posted by Foster's. Why they allow him water? Why they allow him? Like I always wonder why they allow me to come on the charity and say stuff. I know a lot of stuff that I don't know what it unlocks. Well, it's easy to dismiss anyway. And by the way, the LLMs. Yeah, very true. Never heard of it. Tech bros are allowing you to go on there. Einstein? Why is this? I got a lot. Cool story. Wiggles and Joe. Cool story, bro. But where? That's what I want to know. What happened to this fucking shit? Rain and mine. And he was interested. That was the show. This is what's by one. One. Jam is on that Scorpion. Sage Cannon. Morning Cam Hayes Cam Hayes is Archer. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's honestly. Just 2 hours and 39 minutes for a marathon. Their power. 15 years old. Let's get for this episode. I'm on my hands. Big rounds, all rounds, most ventures. That's good for this episode. I'll answer all the rest of your questions on Sunday's full Q&A. Thank you guys so much for all the questions. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in to the show what it is. That's it, man. Welcome to the Big Man Breakdown. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's Dino, bitch. Top of the week now. Wow. Do you have any video of this? It's on that one. It's on that one. It's on that one. Okay, here we go. Posted by East Tangelo, 8502. Rogan and Jamie both live at shops. Show name during promo. Of course you are. If you go to Chevy, GBI, 411 the movies are for free. You guys go watch. Check out your hands gone wild. It's my some show. Okay, so it's kind of like, all right, anyway, it's the worst thing whatsoever. Other guy just goes like, he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, not even gonna pretend. Of course, like I don't know what that is. Don't care. I'm not fucking co-signing something like that. Fuck out of here. That's what's in first Liz. What happens next? Part 32. Are we like? What happened next? I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. What's up? It was actually, someone rented me when I was a UFC fighter. Someone rented me. Rented me for 2 8-year-olds' birthday party. They sent me a limo, right? But they don't give me any of them. At the time, I had no money. They gave me $10,000. They give me a limo. They drive me like 3 hours to the States. Yeah, good. That's awesome. I mean, I have no idea what he says, but that would be great. The Native American ranch, and these huge houses, old ass houses, right? I walk in and it's like a scene out of Train. There's all these Native Americans in white beaters, tattoos from head to toe, playing cards, there's a giant fish tank right now, like there's a giant fish tank. Check this out. I got outside and the mom's like, oh, so glad you came, Prominent featuring music try. Those crowds are gay. My kids are big fans. My husband, I want to be gay. It makes more sense. My kids are fans for an 8-year-old birthday party. Why would have a parent? Or the dad is so bored during birthday parties, like I need my take. I'm a big fan of Brennan Job. It's not big to party. That makes sense. But they're gonna I'll see. Because that's a big fan. Cool, cool. Gives me $10,000 cash. She's like, should we sneak here for an hour? And she goes, it's a UFC theme party. My kids love it. I go, how are your kids UFC to win? I was like, we're gonna pay. The kid comes out. It's weird. I'm like, oh, God, has fighters on it. And the kid, she gets some gloves. And they start flying. Start flying. I'm like, oh my God, I want the fuck out of Romania. And she's like, oh, where is this? Colorado. This was way up in the States, Colorado. No, this is California. Oh. Yeah, what I think. I know it. My memory, I mean, I vaguely remember talking about fighting in a Native American or something, but I don't remember anything else from this class. I'm starting to be like, oh, I guess I got they died. They died in the river. Red on red. What do you call it? 12. So red. What do I call it? You know what I'm talking about, right? Alright. Oh yeah. What? That's Jeff. Water. Yeah, I like that. He says that. That's awesome. I mean, when you word, it's also a so if you drink it, it comes up with cough. So it counts as fluids. Diuretic is still a fluid. Diuretic, which means dehydrated. Which is what it's still great. Well, Thursday, that means time for another edition of Ask Ellen. So Chris wants to know, is there any truth to the old saying, red sky at night, peaches in the light, red sky in the morning, peaches take the morning? I love this one. I've been waiting for someone to ask this. We've all seen it, a really gorgeous nighttime sky where it is just vibrant red. We always say the same, red sky at night, peaches in the light. So is it true? Is there anything behind it? Well, let's start first with why we actually see a sunset. You know, with a guy with long arms like Tim Collins, like some good nurses have long arms. It's a peaches delight. You know. The storm from already passed. That one actually holds true. Wow, these are getting long. I like it. I feel like we just sat in the theater and watched the whole film. It was like, yes. Let's see what else we got here. Appropriate duty 9:30 goes to this one. Choppy's parents can't afford summer camp. I don't get this. You can't afford summer camp. So they die. I guess. I recently watched the film Black Phone 2X.
Hey, Mr. Flores, how are you? Lovely. I had a really nice podcast today. Got another one tomorrow.
Hey.
That's cool.
Hey.
You ready?
Yeah, that's fine.
How was your day? Excellent.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Hey,
Look at you. Look
and
at
another.
you. This Aquarius, that's 2 strikes in a row.
That was it, Rabbi.
I tried.
Hello, Rabbi.
How you living, big dog?
You see, there's a hell of a game going on right now.
I'm in the middle of the game right now, so I don't see it. But I'll take a look when I can.
It's the Cubs. The Cubs. My team is St. Louis. And St. Louis Cardinals.
Excellent, big dog.
Brandon.
What's up?
Oh,
What's up? How you doing, Mr. Chris?
Hi, Brandon.
How are you, Mr. Chris?
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
Me?
You mean
Brandon.
Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon. I mean, I'm tired, Brandon.
Me too. You see what this call last night? I see what Angel last night. Screen time.
Yeah.
I'm over there. Screen time. Forward. Forward to them.
You're always doing sports? Yeah. You're always doing sports?
I don't want to go to the port. And you're the town is doing gaming.
Right. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Reload.
Well, I'm happy to hear from you.
I'm like, hear from me, Mr. Clay.
Thank you doing good. Thank you doing good.
How's life been going, Mr. Clay?
Been good. Been good. Thank you. Thank you. I came about you.
Thank you. We deal with the weather.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I've been dealing with the weather. It's been keeping it holiday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You Yay. Good job.
Good job. You still have a great day. Yeah.
Hey, sorry.
Get it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Enjoying your game.
My God, 0-1 right now. I won right now.
Come on, strike. Crispy.
No one's touching you today.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
It says hello, by the way.
Yeah, I miss that every day. Oh, someone said hello. You doing okay? Did you tell him your joke?
Yeah, I did. He like
No, that's
we never agree on jokes.
he got some food that I want to get.
I told him to.
I know.
Comeback time. No. Hi. There we go. You win, I win, I win, you win.
Yay!
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah, we both win. We always win. Every day out.
All day, every day, man. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Rabbi, Brandy, Sister Brandy, Sister Brandy. No way, she's on. Lisa got to get Lisa got to get get you some sleep. God
I will. Okie dokie. Hey, Kim, it's a parade.
So what's it come down at you?
What'd you say, big son? I'm not sure, my friend.
I can flip like that. Let's get it over. That's good. Rabbi. That's right, Brandon. Please. You go over there. I'll actually lay on my back and actually let my skate over. Big old rocker. That's right. You know what I'm here? Skill. Skill. It's fucking bad. Goes bad. Oh, skill. Alright. So you're not missing out on much. I haven't finished it. I fell asleep twice. While watching. I know it's on this paper. The other day I was like, oh, yeah, I'm watching that movie. It's like, okay. Comforting. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. Yeah, weird songs. How podcasts go? You James Iceberg, Brent Chop, and Brian Callen. Excellent books for long. So that one. Friday content. Like, I couldn't even binge watch it. So, wow. It's just really. Show your ass. Yeah, no. It's future related. Not just on purpose. That's funny. I like that. It's like they kind of get it sometimes. Like if you say something mean on Reddit, or are you sure you want to post this? You should do that to her with your ass. You're a mom. Most moms don't post. You know, that's the other reason. Comments on every post. Are you sure you want to post it? Alright. Water posted by no, I don't want to. Sean Thomas West, you know, a lot of things he does, they're stupid, but they're also like, yeah, I know, maybe I would have, yeah, like, these are the most people of all time. Yes, and when they go through bullshit, sometimes, yeah, we're just two guys, yeah, our histories are meant for us to go through bullshit, so it becomes sense for a little while longer. That's our body, like, yeah, it's chin, I'd like to go visit my family and friends. Just a little weekend. Yeah. I mean, 13th or 20th, though. Just go dark. Sure. We can. I've never done anything kind of cool. Just out of but either way, I always ask like, we'll see how people, Funny, oh my god. Sometimes we also have banks and stuff. You know, yeah, we know no crazy plans. I want to actually. That's just the worst part. Yeah, like that. Probably broke the record saying this that can be set off pretty quickly. Yeah, well, honestly, don't show up for I fucking doubt it. Yeah, honestly, Chad won't even know that one. Chad won't even know that it kind of showed. Oh my god, Sean's doing podcasts without the recording on. Chips. Antibiotics. Problem on reading a baseball that was by not. See what I'm saying? Basketball after maybe there's one whenever you think a kid is really good at something, just travel a little further. Wow. Right. So like you see the kids that are being loud, like what a great there's how many kids are in your league? Are they best 10 in their leagues, so therefore we think they're awesome. Yes. Are there 10 kids or anything like that in the state? That's true. And so then it's like let's apply math to excellence a little bit and like let's stress test against that. The worst question I get asked all the time is how many hours a day did you train? Wow. And I was like, I don't know, when I was 9, I could hold my attention for like an hour. And what I think is how many hours can you play before it becomes tedious and not fun? Wow. Some kids play 3 hours and they love it the whole time. Wow. You're doing a disservice to the kids that have an hour and a half. They feel terrible over the last hour of practice. And you can do it build 5 minutes. Right? But because some guy you asked needs to play sports, says 4 hours, you're going to go do 4. Like, there's different kids progress at different times. They're ready for things at different times. There's not like a stock answer. And the other thing that I'll say is, like, if you're a parent and you're guiding your kids, control the controllables. Right? If something happens when baseball down strikes, the conversation can't be for the rest of the day. That rest sucks. Right? It has to be, wow, you're going to be trying to get one, you're going to lose one. Like, what did we do well that we control? Right? Did you show up or when you went in? You know, were you one of the first ones there, ready to throw with time? So, like, if the conversation centers around stuff that's in your control, and you get 95% of those right, you're going to have a lot more days to feel like, wait, I can get something like this. Gosh, that's the best dads why you're good at making it sports. I know this clever. It's one, ask yourself, is my stuff? Can I hang out? Have my young referee stay? Did my son get a affected hit on my is it an umpire or is it a grown fire? It's gonna suck ass or something. Yeah. Absolutely. Don't even do your hardest. Yeah, they're gonna strike you anyway. So like, I gotta get on the field. Actually, I've had like the umpire feels yelling at the hard. I want to 4 flips on. I want that best game straight to the street because they have DNA that they need to right. But like my kid is DNA. It's like for me, no, I can't. I like. I'm gonna tell my son. Product like definitely. I like that you watching the dad. Yeah, well, yeah, what you're getting. We saw that one. I'm a great golden hour. Excellent question. It's like my weird TV thing. Chris, you're starting that. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I don't have people or we have a guy who allegedly stole a bunch of money from us. I guess. So now I'm right. Like biological terms or okay. Well, wait, so show business. When I play anywhere from 30 to 40. I don't know if you're right. Play when I play. I think it's what's called a soft filter. Right. Yeah. Yeah, especially if I had a glass of wine on. A lot of what holds me back is yeah. So a lot of I can't really a lot of throwing up again. I got my hair just tossed. It's supposed to be like a bit next to it. It's like a caustic things. How caustic. Put it on a guy. Or you get move for the camera. Right. So let's be honest. In ages, yeah, I've lost a lot of hair. But I want to know what you thought about texture surgery. Well, I have. I've looked at, I'm sure what. I want you to watch now what happens to my face. Watch what happens to my face. You see how young I look all of a sudden? Isn't that crazy? Yeah. I don't know, not 30, but 40. You can play 40. Yeah. Yeah, they're like that. Right. I want to do that. Playing trades. Back to we gotta have expectations. What do you got? I'm gonna get on the porch, baby. Better 80. No. College 131. No, there's something. Check out his 38. No ways. There's no reason. I think he's up. Time flies. Time flies. I'm sorry. 37. See what I'm saying? And by the way, he's about to be 38 when he fights me. That's true. That's July. And that's a lot of miles on a 38-year-old. So if you're expecting to all yeah, sure. I think about that. I go my way. I do know. Escape. Came into OJ's defense. So he was like, they said we always use the word. He was like, next thing I know, like, down on the skate go for OJ. It's like, that not Chris Rock is just starting to all things more than you don't have much control. Well, you have the same energy when transgenders keep going to the bathroom. We're at like Joe Rogan. Imagine talking like the whole time we were recording, you're talking your voice. Yeah. Oh my god, imagine how much you should keep a lot. He's just there. Well, they don't. I know a lot. I know a lot. Then you like work. Right. Talking about really asking you a question. Maybe scientific. What do you think about like? Wow. Scott. Those are way more interesting. The telomeres in mice. Yeah. I read. Telomeres in mice are blue in the sky. Do you know that? But you're over asking what the sky looks like on yeah, what do you say that? Yeah, we do it for 3 hours. the whole episode, Jelly Roll came on the fucking Patreon. The Roadcaster attacked us because the Roadcaster was and so, but that'll be up there. Thanks to all of you guys coming through and saying hello to us. And yeah, so we're right now it's like that whack, hopefully block. You want to talk about it? Next week. Anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch the shop. Start the timer. Play the chin. Nine. You know, you gotta have the timer going. Okay? It's important to the show. It keeps us honest. 10 minutes all day. Never even go a second over. I'm not bragging. Just saying. Bobby is my first friend. I'm telling you, no one did worse than work when I started. What else is most important? Soundboard, dude. Sound. Stressed out. That's the way, I heard like 75% of people see how more sound. Yeah, one guy was saying that like, it's so funny that, all the soundboard, or half the soundboard from the name. It's one of those posts like Mark podcasts. That's not 5 feet. It's just so funny that the idea that the chair would be bigger than it. Obviously, it's not true. That's awesome. That's a good idea. Let's see what we have here. Joe just said he was politically homeless for Washington here. This is a very diverse group. Both styles. I mean, I'm not that I care, but it's funny that he's the only one on this. Like, sure. You don't want to do it. And it's also one of those shirts that Joe wears. I can tell. One of those like big. I was gonna say that. Wear that chair. So I don't even have to say it. The fucking spot. You're boy that chair. Sure, he's getting cut. There's a lot of shirts. It looks right. I agree with you. It looks normal. Isn't that weird that I guess, yeah, it's almost like he's advisors. Like Trump says what he says, and then the shit talks about the rest of the time. He's the head of the Department of Comedy. Very next to employee, Commissioner of Comedy. All right. Yeah, this made me laugh really hard. I don't think I watched it with the sound on. You don't really need sound for this today. First, my 7 9. Where is that guy? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's your mind away. So these videos, they're what it reminds me of. Like, now I wouldn't go even Instagram, certain algorithms, like, I actually don't know what that's like. I've seen it. I mean, 100% serious. I don't know what it's like. I will say this. I do this pattern, and I made direct Instagram like that. Okay, and I was like, oh my god, it's really bad. That's how I Instagram direct. I reset it. I reset it. But yeah, it's check this out.
Working out and taking my peptide.
Shit, your ass.
Peptides have actually been a game changer for me because it was very
Little jiggles. It would be really funny, like, box. But I'm very boxer with just a ridiculous pants. Well, Jay Waller, double B. The guy just said, memes. I guess double L, triple G. And I give each other. It's just like, I guess when she comes to collect, right? Goes, I have no idea whether it comes from relation or it's like it's a twerk or whatever. It's like you're wasting bread. So that's just Saturday morning. Someone's gonna stop it, honestly. Maybe that's what they were gonna do. If wanted to just do a serious quick get right, just like if I have a problem with my wife's friend or my friend's wife, I'm against it, right? I was like, she's got a fat ass. That's all it is, Joe. I would love to see Trump talk to Joe. It'll happen one day. This is one of your chefs from joint back. Damn, this dude got me. That's very weird. That one created with cycle. Which one is the cycle? Oh, cycle. Oh, they did it in real life. Oh, you know what? You're on hot shot. Hot shot. Get like stoner shop, fucking tie dye. I'm like a weed dad. It's chill. It wouldn't really match the persona. I take totally everything, like all the stereotypes. I take even well, hey, quick, if I'm writing comics, come on. You were taking edible and it works really, really well. Or it sounds like I was at the airport and I got really high from work. So I was like, I'm gonna fix what's on that side. He takes another one last night. Or like let's run out with something like run out with it's fun. They had T-Pack on this. Comment below if you spoke to watch our show. That's very interesting to see that. Yeah, that's one demographic you do very. Yeah, and also Gerardo's a cop. Not a cop, truly interesting. It's not a joke. Okay, 405 single rep for 20 reps from cooler chips. So I didn't see this post. I don't know if it's on chain. Yeah, so hey, all got to get running. We need 4 to 5. There are water is a shop in Korea which goes by time. I feel like it's sounds unnecessary to see what you. Well, I remember we watched another one where she's sad and sure. Oh, she's yeah, right. I've seen this exact one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're named them. Yeah, these questions. How tall is she? Okay, so this sucks, obviously, but hear me out. Consistent. No, you're sitting right there. You're sitting on top of the car. You know where you're sitting? Almost. I was gonna say, I was gonna say, like, at least this shows they are, close up. Like, they spend a lot more time together nowadays than they have been, and that's big shit. But they're like, they're producing horrible content, but they're that's how I look from each other. Right? Yeah. Or they get a nut job. Or from watching Exorcist. I am white as shit, Alex. She also didn't do it why she's looking like she honestly staring at her hands. It would be so interesting if this became successful. I mean, it's possible. I see a lot of shit. Shot. Right. Just all right. Let's see what this is. Jimmy, and it's like, oh no, he's legitimate insane. Dude, you can never guess. You never guess, dude. This is the real. Oh my gosh. And it's never. Oh no, he's legitimate insane. No guess in a million years you never got. Don't pretend like you would have known that. That's like a high school thing. Legitimate insane. Possible. Anything's possible. We got another shot. And it's like, oh no, he's legitimate insane. So he couldn't finish the third beer. I thought maybe he tried to finish the third beer. Wow. But no, that's Jimmy right there. Jimmy's pretty good. That's legitimate. If he did it on purpose, I kind of like it. How much stuff with Jimmy hungry? Possibly, I don't know. I don't think Jimmy might want to get it. Just connecting the dots like job. And it's like, oh, no, he's legitimate insane. Just look at the shoulders, like, a little closer to the neck. And it's like, oh, no, he's legitimate insane. And it's like, oh, no, he's legitimate insane. You tell the cops about some guy who's legitimate insane, they got to know whether you're also Oh, great. I don't know why that shout out to you. Hey, remember that time? You're just talking about stories, So it's like me trying to have another conversation. I think we should go down there once a week. Um, my passion for this shop show. Same here. Shop. Yeah, shop is real important. My favorite kid. I don't know when it happened. When it's recorded how I just now realizing it's something like that. Oh, I was talking about our shop. Our shop? I know what our shop is. No, we legit know what's up. Oh, yeah, what's your dude? Your shop? No, shop. Everybody shop. Yeah, Jude and I have talked about this. For me, I don't know how Jim feels about it. I don't know if it's bothering somebody, but something like that. It's your job. Tell me about what you really want. My passion is shop. What's your passion is shop? That's how Jim feels. I feel like Jim's that's crazy. I don't know how to use. How much does the show make? I know how to go down, but it's not feel about it. It's like, because I find the kid, like, we've had a fucking epic run. It's so funny how we talk about it because it's like we had hashtag awesome. Jimmy. I'm you talking. Yeah. Just doing show it. Oh, yeah. Tyson uppercuts. I watched this movie. He's on a map. Paga. I spell Iron Tulsa. Shut the hell up, man. Not legit. Not Paga. Shut up. Japanese blend whiskey by Nick Schwab, right? It's so funny. It's like it's getting good shit. Nothing to do. They're not even trying. Multiple pictures every time you want to make fun of it. They say it's A1, but it also says 2 stars out of 5. And 48%, which whatever. I mean, is that alcohol? What is 48%? Yeah, okay, I was about to say it ends up being like great. But it's just 49. But you were telling me it's what you eat, right? I don't really remember. I don't remember. I think that Walsh said it was like fine. Not bad. Whiskey, and I think it's really good on everyone. Hey guys, I'm Adam Ball on Total Wide. Comedian, ex-MMA fighter. He's an absolute loser. Schwab. He's like sexualizing the big cat on the back. All right. Tiger. Anyway, this cat. It's Tracy's big cat on the planet. I think the word tiger was Japanese. Hang on. Come on. That song's fucking rant. Yeah, man. Oh, fuck, that's bad, man. He's like disgusting British alcoholics that need anything for smart chat. Sure, this is like yogurt or something like that. Weird. And you should like shut up. Even him, shut up. This is a real 15 versus 16. I give that a 1 out of 10. Just hope Well, geez, yeah, the tire is not a wonderful thing. Blank, 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 blank. Almost 80 flying off space might be okay for a $10. Don't see. So weird. So blank. Oh, okay. That's kind of something I can't see. Yeah, well, it's very sharp. Yeah. So, battery acid. Happen to see. 60 bucks. 60 bucks? Yeah! So that's a full relaxation. I'm looking at battery acid. That's kind of every day. 3, 2, 1. So in the middle. It is fun. I guess I should have. That's what I know. That's a. Right. Cheers. You know, people like alcohol, people like and so they didn't really let them. Right? Yeah. And the first time you're like, oh my god, that's horrible. Like, you're like, I want that for you. It's kind of that's how bad this is. You guys have had so much alcohol. You know? Yeah, they want more, but not this, not that. Or they're just trying to get clean. I think they know a little bit about it. I'm surprised that, but most people are not. Oh, I can't mention it. I was wrong. I don't like it. I watched this one and I was like, I'm ready to try. Yeah, see, back then, Schwab always, but these guys suck ass. You know, I'm glad we're not accepted on Jake. We don't suck ass. What? Just kidding. Suck ass. Reddit sucks more ass than I do. So, hey, man. I need to take time once. Not once a week. You even laugh at my joke about your friend getting my pussy. We try, you know, like sludge on the bench press. Okay, sit on his team. I thought you were. Oh, I didn't understand. I thought you were saying that like somebody was sitting on my dick or something. No, 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 no. Your friend lays on top of while you bench press. Sludge right there. I'm moving. Wait, bench press. I bench press. Ready to chop bench press. I'm sorry. The video of that. Yeah. Okay, but how? Why am I involved? Oh no, I'll take my friend with a cheat. But there's no other guy. We're only three. But you can't really do it. It's not very cheap. So you're only there. On top of me, we put up with like. I still not. I'm basically the same way. You don't know unless you bench press. So I'm bench pressing and my friend is lying on top of me having sex with him. Well, slow jump. I just love it. You're right. Slow jump. Sorry. I didn't know what I meant when I said it. I thought it was like two guys out there doing like, no, no. Yeah, I would never make it. What happens next for 27? Looks like first thing is. Look at this now, dude. Stockholders. Odor. Bro. I mean, like a good, like, you know, those animations in the video. Odor. And like, just. That would be like something outside of the and people will just interpret what he says. He never gets it wrong. He just interpret what he says, right? Oh, what's going up and down? He is a man that just is consistent. As far as job, but his job right now. Manchester was yeah, that would be amazing. Wait, how does he get to Mike? I don't know. Mike was us from Monsters Inc. You watched a lot of Monsters Inc. I see. I missed the part. That is the Monsters Inc. Oh yeah. Okay, if I can tell somebody was asking, I was one. All right, that makes a lot more sense. It'd be a lot more disturbing if it was. Wasn't on skier. He was. Your ways. Steve was there. My Steve was there. Why didn't we go back to if only news? And you get a guy in there, like you, general manager, like guys need you to on this, which is like don't ever do your reference. Don't come in with reference. We're starting recording right now. Steve Jobs. Hey, fuck you. Let's get back into that. He's like, nah. Nice guy. Definitely not smart. Much nicer. I'll say. Yeah, Steve Jobs was a prickly. I call it man cactus. Earlier, I took a bad. Oh, dude, I've been getting constipated all day. I really, I'm gonna mess around to my bed. Bad difficult. I haven't been constipated in about 15 years. I can't remember being constipated. Like, yeah, you're always taking me. I'm not eating. I'm not eating. My body's built up fiber. I'm not keto. Well, you're taking 5 minutes for your pancreas, right? I am taking 5 minutes for my pancreas. And it's a Adderall. Okay. There he was. Looked at this chin. Tall. Look how tall this thing picture. What the fuck? You're tall as Wozniak now in a wheelchair. I saw him the other day. No, he's balling. He was just doing some fucking. He's so rich. Son of a bitch. Where you at? Indianapolis, right? Show. Let's go shop show. Show. That's code shop show. This Saturday DraftKings Sportsbook. The official sports thing to see. She's not one of these actors that just says, "Oh my God, for me, I'm the victim. It's never gonna be the same." When I walk in the room, everyone's thinking this. She's a fucking fighter. We're cut from a different cloth. Y'all fucked up. And every actor, comedian, if you were wrongfully accused, you were shamed for a tweet, something on a podcast, and you were canceled years ago. Take a page out of fucking Gina's book. It would be so funny if he had said take a page out of Ron's book. He's like every actor, this and that, all of them are innocent. Everyone don't believe victims. Your shit together, pull your socks up, tie those boots tight, and get to fucking work. Look at Gina. Look at Gina. She's a nice of it. But she's a fighter. Y'all are fighters. And maybe she can inspire you to get your shit together and get over it and move on. He's talking about himself and prove them wrong. That's funny. It's like he's looking for that moment where he's like, wow, right? Brian's the most funniest thing of all time. He's slow motion laughing. Yeah, he's got to say the right thing to get it back to him being the #1 podcast. What would that be? He's got to keep looking for that. And I like the movie, right? He's trying to be out. Fight for that edge. I don't know. Chavez. Yeah, Chavez more like Chateau out there. That's the success. More Maribel. Let's see. Letty Manolo, 2020 or 201. A delusional and defeated Papa rewriting history as he sees it. It is what it is, man. You know, so great. I don't think it's not a sad story. You know, we're pioneers in the space, especially as a duo. The first, I was the first professional athlete ever to have a podcast. Really the first duo. I can't imagine Tim. First, when did they start? 2015, 14. Gotta be somebody before you. Yeah, look it up. It is funny. He just always says shit. I also love when he starts. Yeah, it is what it is. It is just the day. AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk, a skateboarder? Not NFL. Tony Hawk. It says AJ Hawk 2014, JJ Redick in 2016, and Brandon Marshall. I don't know when. I'm surprised. I guess that podcast. That's when podcast started. I guess that makes sense. Because I was not a fan of podcasts. Really, like, so irrelevant. AJ Hawk really is the first time I ever heard with Brendan Shaw. First. What's his name? No, he was not the first. Where did John's podcast career? Okay, so he was the first. No way, really? If AJ Hawk's the only other one, Brendan started in 2013. Alright, well, I take it back then. That social media, this isn't real. It is social media. Yeah, that's fine. That's kind of interesting. So, that does not good for podcast. Not good for Robert. It should be yeah, that's so he was like way early enough. Still down. Oh, we love podcasting, so inspired a lot of people. We put a lot of people on. Oh, here we go. Yes. All the fun stuff. We got a Latino version coming out of a podcast called Emo Brain. Alright, well, it was first, so Shoyaki gets starch, whatever. But you don't see the after effect, the side effects after. And Charles turns to his dad with him. It's heartbreaking. My head. And I'm like, he's like, it's such a because I've never felt this good in my head. My head, all I'm thinking, but They took them, but you said that your wife, she still wants to see you do a fight. No, well, she was like, I feel like tear some of these guys up. Yeah, sure. So I'm telling you, that's like looking at you. When, like, one of the guys in the car accident, one of the guys, I don't know about that, but one of the guys won. This is what it is. You know, you see the paycheck and the knockout, the lights. This is what it is. Yeah. This is what it is. Yeah, you don't see that because you guys got to see Jones and what's his name? After that, you guys saw that everybody, right? I was backstage. You said that was brutal, right? Oh, I didn't see Jones. I saw Gus. Yeah, I know. Talk about it. Wow. Sad. Very sad. Sad because they're also trying to like fight random people in Starbucks parking lots. Yeah. When it comes to like doing it on camera, like this is what it is. This is what it is. That is funny. Like they know firsthand how awful violence is fighting, and it's like the damage from it. They've experienced it, and yet he still wants to fight a train or a guy that haunts it. Or a security mask. Or like this, the guy haunted Brennan tried to like go faster or something. He's like, I was gonna kill that guy. He was gonna kill him. He's like, snap, they get his neck off because they go, hey. It doesn't matter what you always say that. Alright. Slow show Sounder like this, right? I guess that's. I mean, no, wait a minute. Let's see. Yeah, for sure. I don't know about the mouth part. That's kind of disturbing. You know what? I've always wondered when I'm getting a really great question. It's something about this. That's what it means. Yeah. So is that affecting you? My whole life I've wondered. So you still don't understand. Shop actually ain't going broke, just more land. Also, just basically go as stale. Ask Jay and all that shit. What can you do? It's pretty great. But that was years ago, so they kind of updated. Richard, why are you selling your house in Las Vegas City? No, man, I'm literally moving 2 blocks. Would you say like come on, man, get that word or like it's not enough? Can I ask you a serious question? Violent? Oh, so you're talking about yeah, shooting? Okay. Hard to tell, honestly. I think that I definitely have an instinct. Come on, guys, get a new thing. Like, I like feel like I've done things like that. Like, oh really? Yeah, it's so funny. You've already said that. It's all been deep, really. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they're so small. Actually, I measured them, and they are normal size. My gums, I'm not sure. I haven't measured them, but I have an instinct. But I think, in truth, I crave attention so much. I've told this before. Like, I told my friends, like, I honestly like being made fun of. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I think I would be happy. So, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this is going on here. He's essentially flappers, but we're way nicer. Like, I have not said any of. I said the most horrible thing I could possibly think. The other day I tweeted that you're allowed, or the club encourages you to yell fire. I did see that. You know, right? If you yell fire. And I think that might be an education. But it could be funny if we found out what storage is, right? Not like the storage unit, but the storage complex. Yeah. Right? Yeah, the storage. Same one. I don't like how your eyes roll back. I love it. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. We gave it flowers. Or just have it. If we bought a fucking storage unit next to theirs, so much. Sir, what do we put it? Our heart and soul. We put shop furniture, but we make fun of it. Like we write the shirts up. So we gotta figure it out, like, do steps where go and like go with we rent like more expensive truck, more expensive like all the stuff they can have but better and put it in there. You know? Yeah. When they're seeing us like and then they want to talk to us, we're like, oh yeah, we're in the truck. Look, fighter in the beer box. I I wouldn't do this because not that, but that I wouldn't. But because I'm not, I don't. There's no animosity in the shop. I actually like shop. However, I think there is something funny about like when it's all over. It's not, even podcasting. We buy the Calabasas. We hire Nick. We hire all those people. We literally just do the show, and we like make fun of him still. We Alex do. Yeah, yeah, like I saw that. I saw a little bit of that. I haven't really checked that. The Heidegger thing with Alex Jones. How they like made the Infowars rainbow or something like that. I mean, it's good. It's a lot, but I like the ones. Like for a day, I'm like, oh, that's good one. After watching, yay. But it's also, I don't know. I have to look for it. On social media, this isn't real. I've told everyone that like, yeah, I'm a big Alex. It's just because he really helped me out when I was trying to first guy with multi. And he saw me. I have to put on a show once. Hollywood, and he saw me there, and I was like, "Hey, big fan." And I was like, "No, one second, no, I'm on stage right now." He saw the host say like, "Oh, we don't have time." What? I'll do it to a buddy. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. Like it was last year. And like he does a lot of things. Oh, he made up that thing about yeah. Like I get it. At the end of the day, like I guess it's just loyal. But Jimmy had some people that are loyal to football. Yeah, like I was never gonna fight. I thought what happened? What happened to a crap? But it's not a sad thing. It is what it is. You know what is a sad thing? How often Brian or Brendan cries on his podcast? It's a lot of sad things. Yeah. I just thought about it. He does this now. I'm like, yeah. No, I don't care at all. But I'm like, yeah, just get it. Brian, like Brian's like, go get it. But like, and then Joe Rogan does the thing where he's like, I mean, I don't pay attention to news. It doesn't matter at all. But like, people make fun of me. It's like it hurts. They're also full of shit. Of course, it hurts your feelings. You're a human being. You don't like making fun of me. Bingo. Democrat or Republican. None of that makes sense. It's fucking whack. Yeah, dude, yeah. I'm politically homeless. I don't know whether I'm a Democrat or Republican. I voted for Trump. I just don't know where I stand politically. They're not sick like us. I think maybe Chavez. Rogan probably doesn't need to talk to them. Away. Moving 2 blocks away from our land. So yeah, he's like Portland. Yeah, that's what happens. You sell your house. Sometimes because you want more land. But what is it called? Occam's sharp edge or whatever? Sure. Occam's mental. Occam's stone. Anything you say after Occam's that's not razor is so serious. That's an Arkham. Oh, Arkham. Arkham, like Arkham. Would you like Batman? No, Arkham's pencil. Arkham's pencil. It sounds like a bag at his house. I'm the pencil. Batman. I had some. Well, I was razor, right? Anyway, she got more. That was that. All right. I know this is totally that person. That was one of my favorite jokes. What Hiker said once. He was like talking about how when you think about it, Batman is just a rich guy that beats up like mentally deranged poor people. That would be like a guy who's like, I'm the question mark, and then Batman punches him in the face. That was so. I'm the question mark. Sharply. When we first came here, we rushed into the house, and I didn't know the area. Now we know the area, and I just need more land, so we're just getting more land, like a lot more land. In a way, you get more land.
Absolutely. Another overlooked strategy for blogs, period, especially with AI, you can draft a blog weekly and post it on major blogging sites, including Medium and Blogspot. And this will help you immensely. Period. You can ensure that your links are at the footer of each of your blogs, which also increases the file. Period. Back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the fully grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 27th. And then Los Angeles, California. You can stand up Denver, Colorado, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for this upcoming day. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of them. Get tickets now at ticketshop.com. Last stretch of the season.
Our last scheduled team here, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, I present our bird crusher. My mother, everybody. Everybody. Welcome to the number one live podcast in the world, spreading his actions this week. The late great Michael Blair. My t-shirt represent great nurse slash girlfriend out there represent carrying on. There you go, it's Michael Blair. On this show a long time together, nine, 10.5 years running. It's the #1 live podcast in the world. Excited to be here, Brought to you by Gel Blaster, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hall Law Firm, Austin Security Guard Service, Deposit.com, and Connect Mobile Health. Get an IV drip, save 10% using the promo code Tony 10, something like that. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, everybody? God damn it. Unbelievable, right? This fucking serial killer excited, I can tell. Cold and eyes, Jesus fucking Christ. I think I found the Rainy Street serial killer right here. Just out fucking obviously fucking cold dead eyes, Jesus. You guys are all bundled up. Why don't you take your fucking ski jacket off, relax a little bit, sir? Jesus Christ. That's the Peterson brothers joining the band over there. Local fucking legends. Great Michael Gonzalez on drums. Matt, the mortician Mueling on the electric guitar. Leader of the band, John on keys. Let him hear it. That's all he can do. The great, powerful D-Man hits everybody. Oh, shit. It's going down tonight. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all available for you here right now.
Sunsets Comedy Club in Austin, Texas. Now, check out Man's secret show every Thursday. Sunsets.com for tickets.
You know, whether you're trying to save money, eat better, stress less, HelloFresh is here to help all three say, hello, your most delicious here yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes at a price you'll like to put right here for. That's right, no more staring blankly in the fridge and wondering what to make for dinner. Get HelloFresh and try and dig into their biggest menu yet. Over 45 recipes to choose from each week. That's right, each HelloFresh box packed with our fresh ingredients. Everything rides, great portion right here, doorstep for less hassle and less wasted food. I love it, man. It's so nice being able to get what you need to cook something. You don't have anything left in the fridge. Instead of throwing all my condiments and stuff. I love the sweet ginger pork chops, buttery rice, roasted green beans. And blew my mind. It was so easy to make it. Virtually no time. I personally love the Saskatchewan pork noodle stir fry with carrots, scallions, peanut dips. Absolutely delicious. We love HelloFresh. We're always on the go, whether it be late nights after long nights of mothership or first thing for breakfast or lunch. We love HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree and use code KTShowFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscriptions active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree with code KTShowFree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Well. You're in good hands. This is a show that's been booked out for a while. This is very, very exciting. These are two of our favorite human beings we've been working with for 17 fucking years at the Comedy Store. Legends of the Comedy Store. Working fucking icons of the comedy game. And most importantly, our Comedy Store brother and sister. Let's see how loud this place can get for Bobby Lee and Esther Pavinsky. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hey, y'all, the LA Forum is right around the corner. And contrary to a lot of people's rumors, there are still tickets available. 2 days later, it has sold out. Also, there's fucking tickets available for night one at Madison Square Garden. 2 nights for the event. Open street travel. Go there and see it there. I'm on tour with stand-up comedy and some of your favorite cronies from the show. Our own stand-up sets on the name of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Boston, Massachusetts, Baltimore, Maryland, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, Texas, St. Louis, Missouri, Nashville, Tennessee, Fort Lauderdale, and or Whitesville, and all of Canada from 2025. These guys special just for me. See you guys on the road. Nothing but love here. Another episode Fueling on the electric guitar. Brand new single out. Song excellent. Great John Beat on the keys. Check out johnbeat.bandcamp.com for all of his music. Yes, that's great. Michael gets that is on drums. And how about the one, the only, the great, powerful, the motherfucking madness. Jesus Christ almighty. Bubbling. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors of the tonight's episode available for you here right now. Sometimes I have multiple guests on, and it's a little too much for my life to make people try to chime in. The show doesn't get to breathe. Sometimes people don't know the show that well, and they're doing this and that. This is a special episode because the same veteran of the Kill Tony guest game coming on solo. He's been stuck with a ton of people on every episode we've been on recently, and we have him here all by himself. It's truly my big brother.